zeekskiff. Oh yeah. All right. The music cut out right when I started talking. Fuck, where's the music? There it is. Oh, there we go. Fuck, yeah, it's time for Chop Chop and Big Walkin'. Oh yeah, let's go. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for that? Are you ready to put your genitals in a hat?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Whatever. That sounds good. Oh, yes, y'all. What is up, everybody? I got insane bars, buddy. Insane bars, insane rhymes. Hell yeah. How are we doing today? Hope everybody's doing well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel the Third, and we're gonna do the Big Walk finale today, but not before chopping a little bit. We're going to do a little chopping. I've been playing this game a little bit offline, an hour here, hour there. We've got about 7 hours in it thus far. You're going to see a little bit more progress than you saw last time. But it's basically the same thing. Just walk around chopping trees down, building stuff. I've been trying to go through the main quest stuff a little bit here and there. So we're chopping it up and then chopping it down. Yeah, so that's what we're doing today. Thank you, Rocks, Paper, Scissors with 37
Seat
months.
count.
OMG Donut with 11. Oh my God, the Rising Spoon, 100 months. The Rising Spoon, you got 100 months subbed. Holy shit balls. Where are you? What do you want, Rising Spoon? Do you have a game in mind? Thank you for the 8.3 years of support. I just looked up how many months 100 is 2 years, and it's 8.3. Thank you, Crazy with 59.
Only 1 month away from 5 years.
All right, we're going to put you on the list there, Rising Spoon. Let's see. And you can tell me whatever, if you want a game or whatever. You tell me anytime. You can tell me in chat. You can tell me in a whisper, whatever you want. But we're going to get you on the list right now. Let's see. Nope. Let's see. The Rising. Yes. Okay. So you'd be right there. Capital T-H-E, capital R-I-S-I-N-G, capital S-P-O-O-N. The Rising Spoon. You're on the 100-month list. And there's All Crazy. Yes, 1 month away from 5 years. Yeah, that big 6-0, baby. Big 6-0 for you. Anyways, what I was saying was we're going to be doing Chop for another like an hour and 40 minutes. And then we'll jump into the Big Walk finale with all of the peoples. With JP, Albromile, Fatality, Nate, Neomi, and Rena. Figure out
0.83
where that
years.
black obelisk takes us. Covarian, thank you for the 10 months. When do I leave for Burning Man? My last stream will be Tuesday. I leave the following Wednesday. So less than a week. 6 days from now, I will be on my way to the burn. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen today is Big Walk and Chop, and then tomorrow we're gonna go back to Servant of the Lake, that Rusty Lake game that we liked. Well, I liked it so much. I love the Rusty Lake games with all their puzzles and their macabre atmosphere. And if we finish that, we got Static Dread, the submarine game, to go back to as well. And then on Saturday, big day on Saturday. We're packing as much shit in before we leave. We've got Indie Saturday. We've got If Then, and we've got a sponsored stream to start that day. Possibly. I mean, it's 90% there. We just need to finalize the issue, and it might be a Lovecraftian Cthulhian game that people have been asking if I played it. Don't want to give it away, but I believe it's a sequel as well. Gamescom opening night live is your last Tuesday live, by the way. Oh, is it? Oh, good. Okay. Well, then I'll have something to do. Actually, I don't know. Well, if I'll have something to do. What time does that start? Pete says, I have some bad news. I'm watching you from the hospital. I've just been diagnosed with peekaboo virus, so they're transferring me to the ICU. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fable the Lost Chapters. No, I've never done that, Rising Spoon. I've never played a Fable game. Do I need to have played other Fable games to play that one? No, it's the first. Oh, it's the first game in the series? Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I've never played Fable, yeah. Yeah, by the way, it is 13 years since I started, I got my partner. Got my partner button. 13 years this week. So we're going to have 13-year resubs, and that is, what is that? 13. Yeah, 156 months. People who have 156 months, the firsters. Those are 156ers are going to start popping in from time to time. 13 years. Game online is going to. Oh, 2 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That's right in the middle of my day. So that's great. So it's going to be the same time we're starting Big Walk. Sounds good. Do you think you'll honestly complete it? Cosmic Blip? If you're doubtful, then I'm guessing maybe not. Okay. One more question for Rising Spoon. Do you have a day of the week you prefer? A day of the week that works best for you? Or whenever? Whenever is also an answer. Besides Mondays. Mondays don't work for me. Sundays and Mondays are pretty much taken, so. Tuesdays sounds good. Perfect. Okay. Cool. All right. The Rising Spoon. There you are. You're up on the big board there. Right here. Fable the Lost Chapters. Tuesday. Because 100 month is coming up. In November, 100 month will be here. And I think that's probably going to have to be for the next 10 years. I'll probably have to be doing 100 month in November every year. Because there's no fucking way I'm getting through all these. Even with, 20 full days of it. 100 month the year. Yeah, I think I didn't know that many people were going to be 100 month subs. So there will be a time where I'll have to put a moratorium on it. First game you ever bought with your hard-earned money as a child. Well, that's awesome. It's so cool to hear. Oh, I shouldn't open Whispers on stream. I forgot they're on camera now. Yeah, I opened a Pandora's box. I really did. I really did. I think instead of putting a moratorium on it, I will just require that you have it, that you demand it. You know how when you sub to Co and he doesn't shout you out, or resub to Co and he doesn't shout you out, it says there's a little mod message that says like, if you want a personal shout out, you got to do some work. Maybe that's what I'll do for 100 monthers. It's like, hey, if you want your 100-month game to get played, you got to do some work. You got to tell me a day, or you got to like really pester me about it or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. Pseudo Anka, thank you for the 2-month Spiral Fly with 142. God damn. Getting close to 12 years, Spiral Fly. Jesus. Bover, 7 years for Bover. Thank you, Bover. Appreciate that. Yeah, sure, I'll play it for money. Anyways, let's chop it up. Let's chop it up. Almost 12, getting old. Oh, come on. All right, 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, it's on my laptop. I've been playing on my laptop, so I have to boot up the game and get the cloud save going. Oh.
Who even demands
Right
shoutouts
there
for
we go.
resubbing? Just how starved for attention must you be to stoop so low?
Thank you, Cabios, with the 30 or 43 months. Who even demands shoutouts for resubbing? Just how starved for attention must you be to stoop so low? That's the least I can do for the support that you guys have given me is shout out your name. I don't understand. Okay, I guess I'll just boot up the game and do a quick save, and hopefully that works. Yep, now Chop Chop is running on my laptop. Thank you, Monster Metroid. Oh, this one. Okay. Quick game is uploading. Now it should be fine. Hey, there we go. We're good. We're good. Okay. All right. There we go. Now we can boot into it. 100 months should be logged behind a channel quiz to prove you know the stream for a game. For a game pick. That's not, I mean, not the worst idea I've heard. Okay. Load. That one. There we go. Ba-dip-dip-boo. No, this is not the game where the trees avoid you. That's trees are jerks or something like that. That game has not come out yet. What is the name of that? Oh, Trees Hate You. That's what it is. Trees Hate You. Still due to come out later this year. I will definitely be playing that ASAP. But this is a different game. This is a very easy to pick up and play building construction game where I mean, everything is a tree. So everything you need is on a tree. So if you need metal, there's metal trees. If you need electronic parts, there's electric trees. If you need wood, there's obviously wood trees, and so on and so forth. And everything you do, you just do it with an axe. Okay, so I have 2 quests right now. Oh, that's what I want. Repair the tech bridge. I don't remember where that is. Oh, and these are teleporters to get you like to fast port you to other places on the map. Is there a skill tree? No skill tree. You can up your strength and speed by getting a protein shake and using the barbell or this is for strength, your chopping strength, and this is for your stamina. So you can up your stamina and strength, but that's as far as it goes, I think. I cut down the skill tree. Yeah, I know. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. That's funny. Okay. Oh, and I do have missions available. Whoops. Oh yeah, and this you can get money from doing like little side quests for people. Cool that you got in touch. Time to lift weights or take action. Sell 10 eggs with the drone. Okay. I'm not reading all that, Wax. Where are these eggs? Oh, there we go. Will you be playing Valheim? When is that released in 1.0? It's a minute, right? It's a little while. Yeah, September something. I have. Yeah, 419 hours in Valheim. I like it. It's a good game. Good game. Let's get some more strength. Oh. Did it pop up? Did I get more strength? Oh, I guess 6.0 is the max. So I'm at max strength now. So that's good. Wait a minute. Was I already at max strength? I already was at max strength, so I didn't need that. Okay. Okay, so I'll get max stamina then. What's your thought on the anniversary message system? Do you find it makes it difficult to read chat? I only say it because some streamers very much dislike it and think of it as spammy. Nah, I mean, it's only for a couple of days. The chat does get spammy. I get a little, fatigue from thanking everybody, but it's whatever, dude. It's fine. Okay. Oh, lightning speed. Oh, stamina or speed. Okay, let's do speed. Oh, there you go. Permanent speed upgrade. Okay, now I'm gonna look this up. Because I got the quest and I don't remember where it was. Oh, it's up the elevator? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, like I've had this quest for a while and I just don't remember where it was. Okay, there we go. Up the elevator. Which I built with a hamster. I've got a hamster wheel now. Hamster wheels are powering my elevator and among other things. Oh. Can you build a house or base to put things in? Yes, I did build a house or base to put things in. Whoa, what the shit? Oh, yeah, give me. There we go. Those horsies give you circuit boards for like electronics and whatnot. Oh, damn it, this was... Okay, I've already been here. I already did all this guy's quests. He lived behind the elevator. Okay. Well, I don't need to go up the elevator because I made a warp. I put the warp door. I built the warp door, so... It's not in here, right? And there's a big plug here. I don't know what it does yet. Oh, there it is. Oh, what do I need? Oh, fuck. I need batteries and cable. Okay. I can build the battery on a sawhorse if I have... Wait, hold on. Let me just... There we go. I have to buy those from the Screw It Supplies. That I can get... I'm guessing electric wood and an ingot. And I need that twice. Yo, Vincent giving out 2 subs to Big Wank. Yes, this is the, you build this place. You start with a tent, and then you tear down the tent, and you build your own Woodman Court building, and you fill it up eventually with the use of Big Mouth Billy Bass. Sir Worcestershire. Oh, it is electric, okay. No, it's not there. Okay, so I can get the cable from the delivery. But this, it says I'm able to build the battery on this, but I don't have the recipe. See if you can build it on the sawhorse. That's the sawhorse, isn't it? Goddamn bees. Oh, I need more equipment? Okay. Work hall. Inventory and distribution system. Well, balcony railings. So is that not something I can do yet? I can't build a battery yet? Is it one of the recipes that I, like one of these things that I need? Yeah, battery's not in here. Battery is something you create, I think. Thank you, Nebulous. What parts are needed for a battery? Just electric wood and a fucking metal ingot. Just slop today. What happened to Blade? I'm done with Blade. Blade sucks, man. If you like that game, you are the problem. Damn. No, I played it for a full day, and that is as much of it I can take. Like the FPS, the jank of the combat, like it's just. And the brutality of the saves, man, it's not something I care to go back to, really. Back then, it was all we had, and we were grateful. But today, by today's standards, it's just terrible. And tank controls. Tank controls. At least we forget the fucking worst thing in the world. That thing, the worst offender is the tank controls. Okay, I have nothing electric to build. Okay. Repair the tech bridge. Maybe I just need to put $3,000 worth of shit in here because these are the main quests, right?
Party het joye anniversary de partenaria. Zeek love, zeek God.
Shoopashoe with 111th birthday. Okay. Granny's Darlings. Oh, nerd goodies. Oh, blueprints for electronics and chemistry sets. Yes, I think maybe that's it. A controller. No! Gaming console. Expert chemistry set, small chemistry set. No battery, though. Yeah, they didn't even give me, like, a place to go to get the electronics press. Thank you, Spencer.
Happy partner anniversary. Zeke Suga.
Okay, so there's someone I haven't talked to yet about this. If it's next to the forge, there's someone I haven't talked to, so. Let's go find him. I don't have a key for that. Okay. Yeah, and then it gets sunny again. So that's a metal tree. And then this is an electric tree. And I've collected a bunch of that shit. Am I gonna play Mortal Shell 2? I don't know. I don't have any plans. I'm going on vacation real soon, so as far as like what games am I gonna play, I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get back. I don't know what this means. I'm guessing I have to chop down 1,337 trees. I've chopped down an elite amount of trees. Oh yeah, I'll be back with some slideshows from Burning Man. I will do a picture and recap and all that shit. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
On this happy day of Zeke's partner anniversary, let us remember the great things about Zeke. How he smells like yummy teriyaki jerky. That he is a great dog dad and probably wears clean underwear more than one would think.
Oh, this! How have I not done this yet? Oh my fucking god. How have I missed this every time I've come up this fucking mountain? Thank you. Hi, my name is Ruin. How many vacations you done this year? None of your fucking business, Click. What, are you keeping track? Are you my boss? No, you're not. You know who my boss is? Me! Me! So shut up! Well, aren't you a surprise? Mildred, we got company. My wife and I don't get many visitors out here in the fields, and the few we do get usually don't stay very long. My name is Harold. Pleasure to finally meet someone new. I'm Justin. Nice to meet you. Your timing is perfect. We were just starting to plan dinner. Mildred gets very passionate about cooking. Go on and talk to her. Maybe you can lend a hand with the preparations. Will do. I'm not supposed to trust ducks. The guy, the loot crate guy told me not to trust ducks. Vacations and early quit streams are Zeke. Absolutely, Sir Yamamoto, excuse me, Sir Yamamoto. Totally. I don't deserve any vacations. I don't deserve to live my life. You're right. I'm 46 years old. I should just work until I fucking die. I apologize for not adhering to that. Hi. Now he gets it. That's the meta. So you're the guest Harold was rambling about. Perfect timing, sweetheart. I'm Mildred. Nice to meet you. Hi, Mildred. Do you want to join our dinner? I'm preparing a special cut of meat tonight, and it's missing only one thing. It deserves a proper sauce. Problem is, Harold forgot the mushrooms. Can you help me out? Sure thing. What can I do? Can you gather a few ingredients of a variety of fresh mushrooms to do nicely? Bring them back to me, and I'll make you a dinner you'll never forget.
Panties. Is this what makes you laugh? Are we laughing now?
Because you about this game went vacation, and I finished before you. How dare you spoil? How dare you to spoil me? Yeah. I hope you liked it. Thank you, Spencer, for the bits. Double bits. Perfect. You actually found some fresh mushrooms. Oh, I already had them. I already collected them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, I forgot one. I'm still missing one special mushroom. It grows in a particular place, though. Where? Not far from here. We don't really like going there. Ask Harold about it. He can give you further instructions. Okay. Ah, so Mildred sent you for the last mushrooms. The place where those grow ain't natural, never was. Where is it? To get there, you have to step inside the huge portal on top of the hill. You probably have seen it already. Yeah, years ago, some ducks went there and found something. They are obsessed with it and formed a cult around it. What do they find? You'll have to figure that out for yourself. They behave very strangely obsessed, even chanting nonsense. Feels very wicked, if you ask me. I locked the portal landing there to keep them away from us. The key is hidden under the doormat, but be careful when you go in there. All right. And there's the key. El Zilch with the 41. Thank you, El Zilch. Oh my god, it's a fucking Dark Souls bonfire. Ow, and the fire hurts. Actually, you know what? Way to die, 921. Imagine losing to a campfire. That's why I did that. 'Cause I think there might be an achievement for it. Oh my god, it's the Erd tree. Fuck off. Ah, visitors, brothers and sisters, rejoice. The Eternal Spinner has delivered us a quest, but how did you get here? The portal gate has remained sealed for quite some time now. I opened it. Ah, wait, did you seal the gate as well? Or did you seal the gate as well? No, Harold did. Ah, Harold, that family again. You have to be very wary of them. They are beyond evil. He warned me about you too. Of course he did. What are you doing here? Forgive my manners. We are the children of the jackpot, devoted to followers of the Eternal Spinner. Oh my god, it's a fucking gambling machine. Though our brotherhood is incomplete, one of our blessed brothers, Brother Louis, vanished with the very same day the portal gate was sealed. Since then, we have been trapped here. So you pray to a slot machine? Yo, Agent Neil, thank you for gifting out 2 subs to Wei Kyung and Son of a Veach. Oh, also, as far as thrift store shopping goes, we got some good stuff. Mostly like just funky outfits and stuff like that. Nothing really exciting, except I got a shark outfit. It's just a blue shark head where, you know, you've seen them, where my head is like in the shark's mouth. I got one of those. That was about it. We pray to the Eternal Spinner. He gives and he takes. His wisdom is infinite. His odds are unknowable. Long ago, we discovered him in the fields. Others saw an old machine. We saw purpose. Mesmerizing, powerful. He speaks through chance itself. Every loss is a lesson. Every victory is a blessing. And now he has sent you here to help us out. What do you mean? 2 problems stand before us. First, we must find Brother Louis. The ritual cannot be completed without him. And second, we need to fix those chains holding the all-powerful in place. Will you help? I'll see what I can do. Oh, search for information about Lewis. Oh. Oh, they don't care. Nope, they don't care. Oh, hey, the mushrooms. I still don't know what those rock cairns are, but you can destroy them for some reason. That's your game progress at the top, the percentages. 80% Fernox, which is the company that fired you that we're trying to destroy, and 20% to the good guys, I guess. So that's like your actual game progress. Oh, there's a guy hiding behind there. Give me that. Hey, did he give me the thing? I didn't see it pop up. Those things give me circuit boards. Oh, golden tree. Yeah, I'm guessing I can't shot. Oh! I absolutely can. Oh, I unlocked golden furniture. Little trivia question for you, Z. Can you name the scholar who gave us pearls with like no more rules, phone, and of course the famous, how much shittier can this asshole get? Yeah, that would be my boy, Ryuji, right? Okay, let's see. Oh god! Oh god! Okay. I'm gonna go up here. Another horse. There we go. Thank you for all the happy partnerversaries. Happy partnerversary wishes. 13 years since I got my partner button, y'all. Been a wild ride. Oh, okay. I can't grab those. All right, cool. I don't need it. Oh. Oh, fuck, it just pooped me out back at the beginning. I started with this one, right? Nope. Okay. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked. Or I could just jump in from out of bounds. Maybe. Hey, gone without a trace. That was a new way to die. I didn't know that. Oh, we actually made it back from the wicked cult. Very impressive. Did you find the mushrooms? Sure did. Nice. Mildred will be very happy, and I can't wait to taste the delicious earthy flavor. Do you know anything about a duck named Lewis? Who? Never heard of him. Why do you ask? The cult duck said Lewis disappeared. I don't know, and I don't care. If you ask me, they should mind their own business, and you should stay far away from them. Okay. Wow, you're back and in one piece. Impressive. You even brought the final ingredient. Perfect. Thank you. You're welcome. Very well, then the preparations for dinner are finally complete. Now we have to cook. Do you want to help me prepare these beautiful mushrooms? Sure. Great. A meal always turns out better when everyone contributes something. Do you want to contribute a finger or two? What? Just kidding. Let's start cooking. Oh, there we go. Have 2 diced glowing mushrooms. In your inventory.
Wasn't your streamiversary just last week? Happy partnerversary.
I don't know the exact date. I thought it was like the 13th or 14th, but it might have been later than that, like 17th or 18th. But apparently this streamiversary thing pops up for like a few days. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. All right, put chop mushrooms on. Hey, Zeke, just a reminder, Twitch launched gifts in chat for tier 2 and 3 subs. Do you mind if I test it out? Channels with features enabled. Tier 2 and 3 paid subscribers can search for and post gifts in chat. Oh, I have to enable it? I'm not sure how to enable it. Let's see. Give keyword is available in limited number of channels. We are evaluating the future based on streamer and community feedback. We're planning to expand access in the future. Stay tuned. I might not have it available to me. Oh, thanks, Pete, for subscribing at tier 2, baby. Oh, that's Franker Z shit. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do it. I'm not sure how to turn it on. Oh, streamers can opt out their channel out of GIF keyboard at any time by contacting Twitch at the alias in their invite email. There's a 30-second cooldown before a user can send another GIF. Oh, you have the keyboard, but it currently says GIFs are currently unavailable. Please try again in a moment. So there should be like an email from Twitch. Telling me that I can do it? Yeah, it's in A/B testing. Yeah, so yeah, beta testing or whatever. It's not is available to a limited number of channels, so I might not be in yet. But if you see it, let me know. Look at that, thin, even delicate. Most people just hack away at them like wild animals. We have a very controlled swing, my dear. Thank you. Thank you, you helped us a lot. As a thank you, I will give you my recipes for these mushrooms. Maybe you can use them. There's only one thing we have before we eat. Can you fetch the big soup spoon from the storeroom for me, sweetie? We need it for the sauce. It should be somewhere on the shelves unless Harold misplaced it again. Where's the storeroom? It is in the small shack outside to the left of the main entrance. Okay. All right. That's what you currently see. Oh yeah, I don't even have that. Yep, I don't even have that, dude. Even when I poke my smiley face, I don't get that. I don't even get the option to do anything like that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you, man. Yeah, it must be a soft launch. Yeah. That'd be my guess. Oh, hey! What in the world's going on here? Those real bones and a cult robe? Confront Harold and Mildred. Well, let me get that first. And who are you? You must be Louis. Soft launch. Name of my sex tape. I bet Co has it. Ah, you brought the soup spoon for the sauce. Perfect timing. Dinner's ready. Is this Louis? Who cares? We found a lost wandering soul near the portal. Who cares who he is? Look at this roasted beauty. You kidnapped and killed him. Kidnap is such an ugly word, sweetheart. You made me help you. You roasted him. And you were helpful. Good axe control. You eat ducks. You eat people. You are cannibals. We prefer family dining with an exclusive taste. You're insane. That word gets thrown around so easily. Now, will you sit down for dinner? I will bring Louis back where he belongs. If you do so, we'll need to prepare another course. And you know who'll be the main ingredient? Go to hell, you monsters! Honey, give me the shotgun, please. I need to get out of here. Oh, I did it. Okay. Reverse duck hunt. Hunt, wah. Guess how many Vacation Co have had? I don't give a fuck. Click. In fact, you're fucking pissing me off. You can have 2 minutes in the box. You have returned. Tell me, did you find any trace of our blessed brother? He vanished without a word. I found Lewis and brought him back. By the eternal spinner, what happened to Lewis? This madness. What has become of our brother? The Moldwing family happened. You were right. I knew they were profoundly evil. But this abduction, cannibalism, this is beyond insanity. That explains why some of our kind have been going missing from time to time. They eat humans too. They really stop at nothing. Unbelievable. What now? We must finish the ritual and let the eternal spinner decide. Please put Lewis or what remains of him in his rightful place for the ritual. Very good. Everything is in the rightful place. The ritual can begin. I'm waiting for you. Okay. The eternal spinner? Did it give him his life back? Oh, or it took him. Brothers and sisters, a wonder. The great eternal gives and he takes. He has returned what was lost. A miracle. A miracle. We have witnessed his will. Wow. What? Where am I? I remember the fields, the portal, in the darkness. Why does everything feel wrong? I was gone. I was definitely gone. Easy now, Brother Lewis. Easy. You are safe. You are among the faithful. You were lost, but now our new friend, has helped us with the eternal spinner. Excuse me. And the eternal spinner has returned you. Breathe. Stand with us. The great has chosen that you remain. Hi, Lewis. Nice to meet you. We've been through a lot. I have no idea what's happening, but thanks. Nice to meet you. I just need to sit down for a second. I know, this game is weird. Take your time. It is done. The Eternal Spinner's return was lost, but our work is not yet finished. While Brother Lewis recovers, we should repair these broken restraints. It seems they were not meant to last forever. We need them fixed, reinforced, stabilized. Will you help us repair the chains? For the Eternal, right? Indeed, my friend, for the Eternal. We will see what he has in store for you. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, I need 16 ingots. You got it. I can do that. I think I have enough metal saved up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, hey, it's you again. Everything's still a bit fuzzy, dying, getting roasted, coming back. Turns out a lot to process, but I wanted to thank you again. You're welcome. Before I came back, the Eternal Spinner gave me something for you. A blueprint for some kind of machinery. He told me to give it to you. Seems like the spinner used all of its energy to bring me back. All right, what now? Take the blueprint and repair the Eternal. Would you do this for us? Sure. Oh, there we go. Build an electronics press. Finally. Now I can do the batteries and the tech bridge and all that shit. Can I? Oh, let me. Oh, it needs a battery. Okay, that's what it needs. All right. There we go. 20 ingots. And I have 2. There we go. And 20 metal ingots. Yeah, we did have enough. Oh, I need one hamster though. Do I have a hamster? Ready to go? I do! Yeah, y'all! God damn it. Oh, more metal. Oh. There. Yay! What is that creature? It's a guinea pig, yeah. Guinea pigs that, or hamster, that runs the... Yeah, hamsters. They run everything that needs, I guess that... Anything that needs motion, like, it generates power. They're like batteries, basically. The power sources, yes. You actually did it. Looks like the old thing is fully charged again. The Eternal seems happy. You are now able to gamble with us. Isn't that great? Gambling, huh? Yes, I know what you're thinking. But don't worry, this one's different. No pay-to-win nonsense, no loot boxes, no premium currency. Just the good old thrill of inserting a coin and randomly getting stuff. Good to hear. For sure. Excuse me, I have to improve my loot now. Look at my robe. I need to unlock new skins. Thank you again for everything. Feel free to give the Eternal a good spin whenever you want. All right, good luck. Milestone reached. Oh, there we go. Oh, spin for 50. Every spin is 50. Okay. Come on, baby. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Coin, coin. Ah, damn it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Coin, coin. Poop! Again, it's poop again. Why is it so exact? There, fuck you, dude. How many coins do I have? Oh. Oh, hot dog, poop! I have 214, so 4 more spins. Come on, baby, come on, baby. Coin, coin, coin! Oh, you prick. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wood? What did I get? I didn't even see. Did it pop up? What did I get? I know I got, oh, 7 wood. Thank you, 7. I didn't see it pop up. Point, point. I didn't, my gold didn't go up. I was at 138. Those are from trees I chopped down already. Yeah, no, the duck won't talk to me. I can't talk to the duck. What just happened? I got the coins and nothing happened. Okay, I'm at 138. Oh, I got 2 marshmallows. Five wood. Five metal ingots. Okay. You don't even get your money back. I did get some, but you don't even get your money back. Because I was at 138, I put 50 in, which would get me down to 88. Dude, that fucking sucks, man. It says if gambling is a no-win situation, right? All right, let's repair that tech bridge. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Oh, there we go. Okay. Close the lids. Still have no idea what those are. But I've been chopping them down. Oh, I discovered the Snowy Mountain. God damn, it's freezing over here. I came here looking for adventure, not hypothermia. I better light the nearby campfires. Okay. I got crystal wood now. Okay, so that does, it starts hurting me. So I need to go all the way back down and get some firewood. Lame. Lame. Firewood. Before I die, let me have some. There we go. Let me just eat some chicken. I'm gonna eat about 12 drumsticks. There we go. There you go. And firewood. Here. Hooray. Can I get anything out of that? Ooh, what's this? New recipe, a sled! Meh. Rosebud. Mom called today. You know, I'm not sure because of the group game that we're going to be getting into. Oh, the campfire trick seems to work less and less the higher I climb. I need to find another solution. Okay. There we go. This inventory needs a little bit of work on the the quality of life sorting or whatever. Hey, yo, look at that. Oh, I need 6 piles of nails. Just call it right now. Yeah.
"12 years and partner anniversary. Magic. Zikaha."
Oh, the chair. I got that already. Okay. Hey, Zeke, will you be playing 2 Ember game? You know what I mean? The Ember Veil. Fuck. Thank you, Inject IV, with 12 fucking years and the partner anniversary. Absolutely. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, fuck. It was it piles of nails or piles of screws? It was nails, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Chop, chop. Get on with it. Yep, in about 30 minutes, we're going to be doing our big walk. Hopefully finale, but according to some, probably not. According to at least one person, they're like, you're not going to finish it today. And to you, I say, phooey! Jon Snow. Do they all have labels? Nope. Doorbells are all labeled Jon Snow. I can't kill the snowman. At least it doesn't look like there's any damage being done. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. Nom nom nom. One more. There we go. There we go. Save it there. All right. Since we are not going to do, or since we won't have time to do it while we're, okay. We're not gonna have time to do the mom call later. Might as well do it now. Let's get it done. Where are you, Mama? There you are. There you are. All right. She might be at lunch, so.
Well, hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mom. How's it going?
It's going good. How about you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Just thought I'd give you a call since Thursday. It's a little early because I'm doing a group game later and I won't have time to call you.
It's really early. It surprised me when I saw your name.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
I always like to see your name.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's nice.
So you're playing a game?
Yeah, I'm playing a game right now, and I'm going to be playing a game later with a bunch of people, so I can't just duck out and give you a call.
Oh, okay.
So I'm giving you a call a little early.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to make it quick, though. I've got a couple questions from the audience, and then I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
Okay. What do you think the H in Jesus H. Christ stands for?
Jeez, I have no idea.
If you had to guess, what would you say?
Holy.
Jesus, Holy Christ? That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
I forgot he had an H in his name.
He doesn't, I don't think, but everybody says Jesus H. Christ for some reason.
Right, exactly.
I thought it was Herald because of Hark the Herald Angels Sing.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
People are saying Handy, Hebrew, Hoobastank. I like Jesus Hoobastank Christ. That's a great one. Yeah, it's good. Another question: did Zeke have a favorite bedtime story?
I don't remember ever reading one to you.
I know, and that's terrible.
I didn't, did I?
No, you didn't, and I am worse off because you did not read me any bedtime stories. I guess you know what? I guess that's the question I want to ask. Why didn't you read me any bedtime stories, Mom?
I don't know. I never thought of it, I guess.
Man, that's like the one thing a parent does is read their kid a bedtime story.
I know, and I never did. That's terrible.
I remember reading like Dr. Seuss books and stuff here and there, but
Oh yeah.
I don't remember ever getting read a bedtime story. I don't think that was something that we did in our house for whatever reason.
No, we didn't.
No. Yeah. Do you have a favorite bedtime story?
Do I?
Yeah.
What would it be? Maybe Mary Had a Little Lamb?
I mean, sure, why not? That's not really a bedtime
Yeah,
story,
exactly. And I like Green Eggs and Ham
but
and The Cat in the Hat.
yeah, the Dr. Seuss books. Yeah.
I love Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, he's great. He's great.
Yes.
Let's see. One more question. I'm not gonna read that yet, Elder. That's a stupid question. You know what? I'll read it since you wrote it. But I'm going to remember you put this question in, and if I see you chat, I'm banning you. If it's an inside joke, Mom. But if you fry a fish, is it still a fish or is it fried fish?
I never thought of fried fish before, so it would still be a fish.
Okay, that's wrong, but okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, to me it's wrong.
Oh, I never thought about it because I don't like fish.
Yeah, me neither, really.
Yeah.
All right, last question for the day is, are there any family recipes you tried to pass to Zeke or others?
Say it again.
Are there any family recipes that you tried to pass to Zeke or others?
No.
No.
My mom did all the cooking, so I tried to do juicy spaghetti one time and it didn't turn out.
I remember juicy spaghetti. That was such a weird meal.
Well, it was tougher than you think.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah. She used some things that I didn't use.
Yeah.
Spices and stuff like that.
For those of you who might not know what juicy spaghetti is, it's literally spaghetti with like a watery sauce rather than like thick marinara.
Juice.
It's like tomato
Right,
juice
exactly.
sauce. It's very
wonderful.
weird, but it's good.
It's wonderful.
It is actually surprisingly good. I
Yes,
every time
very
I
good.
had it, I was like, you know what, this is really good.
Yes, it was. And she made it quite often.
Yeah. Do you know who Don Cheadle is?
Yes, I do.
Do you like any of his movies?
I can't think of any he's been in, but I know who he is.
Okay. Well, there you go. Don Cheadle's in my chat asking if you've ever heard of his movies.
Are you serious?
Their name says the real Don Cheadle, so maybe. You never know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, my mom would not watch Hotel Rwanda.
No,
That's not a movie she would have known it from.
no.
Probably something like Ocean's 11 or whatever.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah,
I watched that. I really liked it.
there you go. That's probably where she knows it from.
Yeah.
All right, Mom, that's all the questions I have for you today. I'm going to get back to my game.
Okay, sweetheart. Thank you for calling me.
You bet. I'll be on the road next week, so I won't be, I'll call you from the road, but
Right.
I'll be out for a week, so I'll be at Burning Man.
And that T-shirt thing was just a joke.
Oh, sure it was. Yeah, you bet.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm still going to find you one, but it's not going to be anything official.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask for...
I would mind.
Okay, good. Sounds good. I will find you a weird shirt at Burning Man, and I'll bring it home to you.
Sounds good. I wear a medium.
Okay, sounds good. I'll try and find one for you.
All right. I love you, sweetheart.
Love you too, Mama.
Bye, Zirconia.
Bye, Zeconians. Bye, Mom.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye-bye.
All right. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
I can never tell when the phone call's done. She says bye like 4 times. Anyways, there you go. There's your mom call for the day. It is my Thursday. We do that every Thursday. Even if we don't seem to have time for it and you guys demand it. So there you go. There's your fucking thing. Okay. Is that something I need to read now, Scott, or can I read that later? Later? Okay, cool. Why didn't you read to me, mother? Do you not love me? Oh, ice fishes. Ice water bait. Yep, okay. Oh, shit! Halt, this area is closed. Seasonal access only. Do you have permission to enter? No, of course you don't. This snow is not yours to walk on. What's up? Freeze! I was built to guard this place, and I don't forget my purpose. Do you know how long it takes to look this intimidating in a blizzard? Move aside, I need to go on. No respect. Oh. Yeah, that's been a while since I've done that. Been a while since I've done that. Yeah. I was reading you a bedtime story. Anyways, I got stopped by this snowman here, okay? No respect. I will not be disrespected in my own frozen jurisdiction. I think I'll have to give you a proper beating and teach you some respect. Finally, a proper fight again. Let's see what you got. Let's go then.
Nope. Nope.
So I'm guessing I need something like hot. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I got something for this. There we go. I have Lucille. God damn it. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I have an electric wheel now. Oh, I can make a crystal axe. Elegance meets deforestation. Well, that's fun. Pile of screws. Two more ingots. Three ingots, two piles of screws. I am not upgrading this bat, am I? I'm just making a bunch of them. Yes, I have 5 of them now. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Whatever. Okay, that's whatever. How about this one? Our matter.
If we want to hear you talk, I will shove my arm up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet.
There you go. There you go, Matrix. Oh my God. I need a sort button. Can I get a sort button in this fucking inventory? Jesus Christ. Where is my main axe? There. Just one sort button. too big. Oh.
My. Look at the size of those big booba looba bang bangs. Those Congo bongos. Those jiggly jiggly gyros. Those plumpa lumpa dump pow pows. Succulent sucker sucks. Whoopee cushion yum yums. Triple nipple wham wham.
Oh, fuck! Maybe I need the crystal axe. Let's see. I need crystal wood and... yeah, just crystal wood. Okay. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, it does. Look at that. Oh, it does work. Nice. Royce, thank you for the 400 bits. And also all the synonyms for boobies. Okay, you win. Just don't tell the others I lost to a warm creature in under 5 minutes. Damn, I didn't even use my vacation days. You wanted to fight. Hey, you there! You're the one with all your limbs still attached. You mean me? Yes, I need your assistance urgently, preferably before I become a decorative ice sculpture. Could you come over here and break this ice and get me out of here? Will do. Damn, thank you. I was starting to get cold in there. Hi, my name is Nitro Nico, professional stunt penguin and future legend. What happened? What happened? Ambition happened. I was practicing a new stunt, a triple barrel roll, and a double reverse newt spin, but I underestimated two things. The ice and the gravity, mostly gravity. I didn't land the jump, crashed straight into the ice wall, and the whole pile of ice chunks came down on top of me. Then those icy troublemakers froze around me before I could get out. Sounds dangerous. It was dangerous, but that's why I did it. Enough of the past. While I warm up a little, can you help me prepare my next stunt? How so? First, we need to make some preparations. Head up to that abandoned ice igloo and borrow those skis. We'll need them for the stunt later. Come back when you got them. Skis. Got it. Yay! Oh, I'm gonna rob him of everything. No, maybe not. There's a couple of things. Oh, it's a treasure map. Okay. Perfect, you got the skis. Okay, now I'll tell you more about my plan. I want to leave this frozen wasteland once and for all. I've had enough of ice, snow, and cold winds, but I want to leave it in style, you know? Tell me more. My plan is simple. Build a giant ramp, hop on a stunt sled, and launch myself off this mountain into that chilly beach area I've heard about. If everything goes according to plan, I'll land as a legend. If not, well, I'll still land. Sounds insane. Exactly, insanely great, and that's how you know it's a good stunt. To get enough speed, I'll need the biggest ramp this mountain's ever seen. I have everything planned out. You just need to construct it. Do you think you can build it for me? I can try. Noot, noot. $90. And what is this? $60. Oh, so the crystal axe is way better already. At least on crystal trees. Oh, the ramp. Okay. Beyond boredom with 117 months. Thank you. Okay, let's upgrade this guy. Huh? What do I need? I need electric wood. Electric wood, there we go. Okay. Okay, I need, okay, 20 electric and 50 crystal. There we go, okay. Wait, those aren't electric wood. God damn it, electric wood, you fucking idiot. Yeah, Mark IV. There we go. Crystal Axe Mark IV. Already fully upgraded. How quickly do trees regrow? I think every 15 minutes. And then if you research them, they regrow really quickly. All right, I need birch beams, birch planks, and piles of nails. Well, let's get piles of nails first. Birch plank, birch beam. Boom. I did a lot of chopping off stream. A lot of chopping. First point. Okay. right, we're gonna see if this penguin does a stunt, and then we'll switch over to Big Walk. There he is. Nice. Now that is a ramp. It's huge, it's beautiful, probably violating several safety regulations. You outdid yourself, Max, friend. This turned out way better than I imagined. I have extremely vivid imagination. Every time I look at it, I can practically hear gravity screaming my name. This is gonna be awesome. Glad you like it. All right, next up, the most important part of every legendary stunt, the sled. Ah, fuck. Spent 5 grand minutes designing it. Every detail has been carefully considered. Some parts may seem ridiculous, unnecessary, or physically questionable, but I assure you every single one improves either the aerodynamic or the style. And between you and me, the style is 50% of engineering. Oh, I've got a little surprise for you, but let's save that for later. True stuntman knows how to build suspense. Oh. Yeah. That's gonna take a while. Okay. Yep. All right. Save. Quit. Okay. Unfortunately, no stunts for us today, as we've got to go back to the Big Walk. All right. Let us this. Big Walk. Okay. There we go. And let's see. Suppose I'll just jump in. What up, Jimmy? Or Jimmel? Jimmel91, what up? Jimmel91. Jimmel. Jimmel. Okay, looks good. All right, and now we wait. Oh, I gotta sign in to friends. That would help. Hello, I'm here.
Hey, buddy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Do I sound good?
It sounds a little weird. Why?
What do you mean by weird? Define weird.
Like you're not using your proper microphone.
Oh, so it sounds bad?
It sounds different. I mean, it's not terrible by any means.
Okay. All right.
But maybe that's just my... Yeah, it sounds like a little radio-y, like a little megaphone-y.
Okay. Interesting. That's good feedback. Yeah, it's because I'm using NVIDIA GeForce Now, hashtag ads. Zeke, how do you like NVIDIA? I'm not going to do this whole stream.
Hold on, JP, let me try that again. Ask me how you sound.
Hey, Zeke, how do I sound?
You sound fantastic. You're coming through crystal clear. I can't believe this is being hosted on a different website.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not true, but this is...
I can't
am
believe they
streaming
use
this
magic
from
unicorn dust to make games work from not your own computer.
Yep, that's right. This is being streamed on a PC in Dallas to me. I'm posting this game in Dallas, and I'm in Austin playing it on the web.
That, I can't believe
Magic.
it. I can't believe it.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
So do you think we'll finish this today?
I think so. Everyone says we will.
Okay.
Someone said we had about 3 to 4 hours left.
Someone in my chat said, I don't think you're going to do it.
Really?
Yeah.
With our friends.
There she is.
Hi.
Be the big walker. That's what the B stands for.
We're being big walkers. Woo!
Did Naomi skirt around the entire edge so she didn't have to say anything to us, Zeke?
That sounds plausible.
Classic Naomi.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, we had so much stuff.
Classic
Hi.
Naomi. Hello.
What did I do?
Wait, why don't we find a second bell?
You
right.
skirted all the way around so you didn't have to talk to us.
What do you mean? I wasn't trying to avoid you. You sounded like you were doing something important, so I skirted away from you. So I didn't interrupt what you were
literally
doing.
walked from there
Yeah.
all the way around.
Want a belt?
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah,
So
you
you
guys
did
were
you
doing
go.
something so
Here, you can have one
Take a
too.
belt.
abrupt, and I walked
You have one
Okay,
too.
thank you. We're belted
Business
up.
Naomi in full effect.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can I put this on the
I'm
bell?
worried that Albie's not gonna.
Oh,
like
you
that.
bet I can.
Ooh,
You haven't-
what's on my belt? What's on my belt?
Should I offer
You
to
can't
buy
tell?
breakfast?
It's a poop.
Maybe
No, I
that'll
can't
wake
see
him
it at all.
True.
No, it's an
That's
item
how
finder.
Faye last week.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
up. Albie, wakey.
Oh, Albie's live apparently.
How about
Hello.
Hi. You want a
Would
flashlight?
you like me to put that on your? Oh, I got a bell. It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Can I put a backpack? Oh, I can put a backpack on you. Can we wait? Can you
How
put
you
a
been,
backpack
Zeke?
on a backpack?
I've been
on
good.
a
How about
backpack?
you? There you go.
Wait,
Negative.
let
I've
me
been
borrow
good
that.
too.
Hey!
No, you
What?
can't. You can't put a backpack on a backpack on a
Oh,
backpack.
it's a hat on a hat. Yeah, you can't do that.
We gotta get
Wait, yes, you can.
Yeah.
to.
Look,
But you can put a backpack
Oh!
on a backpack, but you can't put a backpack on a backpack on a backpack.
you were actually being literal about that. I got
Wait,
you. Okay.
you can actually
Yeah.
put a backpack on a backpack.
Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Can you do? Can it go 3 levels
How do I
deep or
drop
no?
this?
Is that what you just tested?
Yeah.
Oh, it's right click.
Yeah. Nah, we're
Didn't
stuck
work.
on level 2. Wait, was this always here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's always been
Oh.
there.
Wait, no way. You serious?
Yeah, it's been there the
What?
whole time.
Actually? I don't.
Would I?
Okay.
No one gets the bell. God damn
I see.
that bell. No. No.
Why not, man? Why not? Why
Zeke
not?
doesn't like noises.
Oh. I don't like repetitive noises. It drives me insane. I wasn't trying to ring it too much though.
Well, I suppose you can have it. Just don't give it to JP.
Huh?
Are you streaming?
I'm trying. I don't know if it's. I think it's. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
You said you were opening OBS, so I realized.
There
that
we
you
go.
were
Oh, I
Sit
can't.
down.
I don't know what happened. There was like this, like okay, I opened it right, and there was like 4 different menus that popped up, and then the entire thing was like different.
we don't have any walkies, which is distressing.
Spider-Man?
Uh-huh. I like the energy you're bringing today. Good. Hey, don't fall asleep.
Yep. I'm awake.
Faye joined up.
All right, don't leave. I'll be right back.
Hey, can someone put this on my backpack? Can someone put this on my backpack real quick?
By the way, thank you for all the happy partner anniversary wishes. 13 years I've been partnered. 13 long goddamn years. Okay. So that's where we want to go, is that little the black obelisk is where we want to deposit the babies or whatever. So there's two babies right here. So right to the, let's see, the entrance is, oh, the entrance is right here. It's right there. That's the entrance. So just to the right, upright, there are two babies over there. There's one just down below it to the left. And there's a bunch by the green thing. By the green, whatever the fuck this thing is. So, there's, let's see, 4 to the left of the obelisk and 2 immediately to the right of the obelisk. So we should have enough if we just stick to those ones. Yeah, it looks like an aqueduct, right? Yeah. No, the finished ones have flags. So you'll see there's little blue flags sticking out. Right there. That means they've been finished. If they don't have little blue flags by them, like... Where's the... There. Like, these don't have little blue flags by them, so they're not finished. Yeah. So, I got the game plan, hopefully.
You know, a hot VTuber or something, but that's okay. You know, that's okay. That's fine.
Zeke's back.
Just get some boobs on your model.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I just gotta get some boobs like everyone else.
I have the game plan.
Boob up, Albie. Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. So you know that black obelisk is where we have to deposit the new babies, right?
Yeah, we gotta get 6 babies.
Okay. If you're standing right at the entrance of the black obelisk, up a little and to the right, there are 2 puzzles. And then down to the left, there's 1 immediate one, and then there's 3 in the area where the big green aqueduct looking thing is. So there's 6 available near the black obelisk.
Is this business Zeke? Am I chatting with business Zeke right now?
I'm always business, bitch.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. You're on a sponsor stream. I apologize. I'm always business, my good friend.
Oh yeah, we can't. We have to start saying freak.
You guys can.
Okay, we got one more backpack. Who wants it?
Oh yeah, we should get this.
I don't want it back.
I do have. I
Put
do
it on
have
Albie.
an
You got it.
announcement.
Huh? What's up?
Al, you got a backpack.
An announcement.
Sorry, thank
Okay.
You, thank you.
Okay. Listening.
I had a viewer come to me and say that they would really like to hear the girls lead today and not the guys because the guys have been dominating. So,
I wouldn't say
Albie,
the guys
Zeke,
haven't
we're no longer speaking today. It's their turn to lead for these 6 puzzles.
Girls' Day. Day!
It's Girls' Day.
Girls' Day!
This sounds awesome.
Albie.
One of the girls,
are you-
right? I'm one of the girls.
Oh,
No,
you gotta tit up,
cannot-
Albie.
You have to shut the fuck up today, Albie. I have to.
But
shut
I
the
usually
fuck up
do.
today.
Oh, but you have to
Boob
shut
up.
the fuck up. You have to.
You have to shut the
Boob
fuck
up,
up.
Albie. What the
have
fuck?
to.
Get tits. Boob
Yeah,
up.
we both do, and so does Zeke.
How do I?
You guys are fucking terrible. You Chad are terrible.
Let's walk.
Okay.
I'll
where do
do
we
what
go?
Faye does. I'll go to sleep. All right, I'll be right back.
Go to sleep. I'm active.
The obelisk is next to the the chairlift. So we got to get on the
Do we know how to
chairlift.
get there from here?
Do we have all of our stuff? Oh, we do.
Yeah, we don't have any walkies.
I guess I'll grab a light. What happened to all of our walkies? We lost them?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, all the
I think we forgot
walkies
to
are
pick them
gone.
up. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have run into any puzzles where we would need them. So.
God damn it.
Maybe we'll find them on the way. How do we get
Wait,
back
Albert,
to where
pick
we
this up.
were?
Chairlift.
Chairlift. Okay.
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 Stay on topic.
Okay.
Sorry, I got left behind. All right, where are we going? I'm
To the
following the light.
chairlift.
I don't know where the
Yomi.
chairlift is.
Fucking
Huh?
A. I think it's this way.
All right.
I don't remember where
Do you
it
want
is.
to make a game plan,
Where it is.
ladies?
Yeah, where the fuck?
Yeah, come
Where
on.
the fuck is the
Come this way.
chairlift?
Come to the map room.
Oh, that's right, the tunnel. The tunnel. Follow the light.
Thank you, V. I appreciate that.
I'm skinny.
Okay, wait. Where are the puzzles?
We're going to that black
Where's the-
building, right?
This
Or
guy
like,
right
there's
here.
some
One.
babies there.
Yeah, the tower.
Okay.
That
We
right
can take
there.
the lift.
The chairlift.
Where are we
You
right
can either
now?
go to the yellow tower.
Okay.
I think the yellow tower would probably be the best bet. And to
Yeah, 'cause
get
it's more
there,
central to everything.
Yeah.
where do we?
I had a AFK. Sorry.
Well,
There's
there
a
were,
map here,
there
too.
were
We can
these
take the map with
puzzles. I
us.
don't think we did these. Like, these over here.
Oh yeah.
Right.
On the other
We passed by
side.
them.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's
The three
four
over here.
to the left of the obelisk and 2 to the right. I think we need 6.
Oh.
But to get to the obelisk, we have to take the chairlift. So we have a choice of either going to the yellow tower, because there's a chairlift station there, or we go to the green tower, because there's a station there as well. I think if we can make it
We
around,
can. You can also just jump off.
Was someone hitting a bong just now?
No,
What was
that was some throwing something.
It sounds like a bong rip.
I think we could just jump off like here and do this one, and then do the 4 over there. Thoughts? Or the 3 over
I
here.
like your thoughts. Those are
no.
some really
The
good thoughts.
the first thought is to get to the chairlift.
I am devoid of thoughts.
Well,
I have
yes.
no
Oh,
thoughts.
yes.
So that's the first decision
But
we have to
when
make.
we get
Let's just
on
take the lift to the yellow tower and just go to the puzzles there, since there's a bunch of them pretty close by each other.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is you can jump off the chairlift before you get to a stop. You don't have to ride it all the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hop off at the
That's how we
black
got. That's how we
building
got there in the
and
first
then-
place.
Yeah.
How do we get to the chairlift? I'll be honest, last time I got lost trying to get to the chairlift.
Where are we currently? Are we right here?
We are.
Is this where we are?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're right here.
Right here? Okay.
Yes.
So
Wait, so
let's see.
getting to the chairlift honestly is the same. Like, we don't even need to get to the
Are we-
chairlift.
wait,
can
are we
just
sure we're
Go
right there?
directly.
I guess
Yeah,
we're
this
pretty
is
close to
this is the map thing, right?
Yeah, right here, that blue thing by the railway, that's where we are. We're inside here right now.
Wait, why don't we
okay,
just
oh,
why don't
I'm
we
in
just
too.
go in the tunnel and then get to the yellow? Because there should be a tunnel that leads to this, right?
Yeah, okay. Tunnel to yellow.
Yeah,
Got
this
it. Let's go. Tunnel to yellow sounds good. Let's do it.
And then we'll just go.
Tunnel to yellow, tunnel to yellow.
Last walk. Last walk ever. After this, we'll be never walking again. Be the last time I'm ever touching a leaf. Or grass.
The last time you're touching a leaf? Like a dog leaf?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be immediately there. He's well trained. He's well trained, this boy.
He's trained in.
Sorry.
More money than me.
And there she is. Oh, I guess I could have just turned right and went up the mountain. I didn't know the yellow tunnel came out so close to the fucking obelisk. I guess I wasted some time there. They're going. They're making their way. Yeah, you could have just popped out there and just went bloop up the side. I was being a silly Billy Goose. Well, now I'm gonna have to do it. I don't remember if this tower had anything at the top or anything. Ah, shit, farts.
Oh, that's what you get for leaving us, man.
I was trying to go up to see if there was anything useful at the top. I can't remember.
Well, what are we going up here for the top port?
See if there's supplies.
Oh, okay.
Guys, maybe having this board on my back is a good idea.
But how will we know about Twitch Prime if you don't?
Oh, there's not. Okay.
No
Oh,
supplies.
well.
No.
Okay.
No supplies.
Back down.
I'm gonna leave this.
I'm surprised there's no, like, light ball here. Yeah, 2 people had visions last time we were here. It was Naomi and I can't remember who else, but there was 2 visions that happened.
You become one with the slide forever.
But you can slide down the stairs though. Oh my god!
Hello? Oh
Put it in
shit.
your shorts so you get a fucking awful wedgie. The worst wedgie you've ever had in your fucking life.
None.
Let's do it, ladies.
All right.
There was a puzzle next to us
All
that
right.
looked fun, the swing one.
There is...
That one?
Okay.
It's over there.
Gather up. Gather up, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. There are...
Zeke, your voice sounds a lot like a man.
Okay. There are 2 puzzles that way. Just up to
That
the...
way.
Just this way, where the way I'm pointing. And then there's 4 over by the aqueduct down that way. So I suggest we do these 2 first.
Slay.
If the ladies concur.
I'm down.
I think we should do the
I
sling
concur.
one.
Okay.
I also concur.
All right.
All right. We've concurred.
Oh, I was
We're
about to grab Albie.
concurring.
He was falling asleep.
Okay, where are we going?
I follow
Where are
you.
we
I
going?
don't know.
No, I'm following you.
Up into the the side.
Yeah, straight to the northwest of this tunnel. So this way. Okay, you found it. Found one of them at least.
Shit fire.
Shit fire indeed. Thank you, Orange Willie.
Goodbye.
Bye. Oh wait, she didn't take any of the things with her. Oh my god. She has to take these with her. She has to take these with her. Give these to Naomi.
Can these go on your back? They can.
Who's on my back?
Try on JP.
Oh yeah, you can.
They
You can
can.
put it on my back.
Does she have a backpack?
I think.
Naomi, return.
Oh, hey.
Wait, quick, put one on my back. Wait.
Okay, wait. Here, and then hold one. Hold one too.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Go, go, go.
Ready?
Hey.
Ready? Ready?
Try.
Okay.
Try and put one on my belt.
Bye.
See if it'll go on my
Okay,
belt.
okay,
I don't
okay.
think it will, but
On the belt? No.
No,
I'll put one
okay.
on your back though.
okay.
And then here's hold one too.
Yeah.
All right, you want me to go over?
Yeah, I guess everyone just go over. There's gotta be like a pattern or oh, we almost oh shit. Surely we don't need that one, right? Oh wait, I can get it.
Did you not jump off?
Someone take this passport from me. Someone take it. Take it and then give it back to me.
Jump off!
Hold it. Hold
I
it.
got it. I got it. I got it.
Okay.
What?
Wait, okay,
Why'd you take it?
Jump off when you get over there!
because you have to take it back, but this was
What is happening?
What'd they say?
Chaos
I brought the
is
piece back.
ensuing.
There. See? My God. Just jump off when you get there.
Maybe
they
Naomi's
like the
looking for
trip.
specific pieces.
Maybe they like to go back and forth.
All right, you jump off. I'll get on.
Hey! All right. I'm off.
Okay.
Yippee! Whoa! Careful!
Oh my god.
Oh.
You fucking idiot! You fucking cunt!
Well, we can put another one on your back.
Deacon's not gonna like
Yeah,
that at all.
anytime.
Oh man.
Give me that.
Fucking idiot.
So messed up.
Naomi says
That's
she needs
fucked.
the
Take his ass
snowman
out,
one.
Zeke. Take his ass out.
The
Snowman
snowman
one?
Do we have the
That's
snowman?
Albie's. That's Albie's.
All right, go Albie. Take this board. No.
Oh, yeah.
no.
Which one? You didn't hand it to me.
Wait,
snowman
there's
one's
a,
on
no,
the back.
on your
she
back.
needed-
Oh, I didn't know it was on my back. Sorry.
Yo, what's up?
What up?
What we got? A triangle, which we do not need, but we do need the swirl at the end. Nice. Now we just need the snowman and the star.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it just displayed it for you.
Yeah, it just displays it for me.
The snowman and the asterisk.
Yeah.
Hello. I brought with you some gifts.
Okay.
The one on my
Thank
back.
you. Thank you. This is the one we need.
I go back now.
We need the asterisk.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I shall take a sip of my Coke Zero. Mmm. Nothing like a Coke Zero at 11:30 in the morning, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm throwing it.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Wait, if you throw it up here, I can grab it. Yes,
Man,
ma'am.
who kicked it off? What? I'm trying to catch this, Zeke. Zeke, what are you doing? Ah, ah, ah. There it is. Perfect.
Oh, we didn't need to come over here.
That's so exciting. Hey guys.
Oh, we didn't need to come over here. We didn't need to.
Wow,
Goodbye.
Zeke
We
stealing
didn't need
all
to-
of the girls' work for himself. That's a
Bye.
hashtag man move, I think.
That's a huge. The men are manning today, and it's not looking very good for you, nice chatter that wanted the woman to lead.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna be real angry today.
They're gonna kill you guys, and we're gonna watch and laugh probably. Bye.
Okay. There's another one just right over that way.
I'm getting on my bicycle. Ah! No, my bicycle! Put me down, sir! Help me! He's taking me! Oh, we were rather close. Yo, that goes deep.
On Twitch to finish this game.
You're a good dude, Zeke.
I'm jumping.
Oh, it looks like.
Thank you, Calc Dave.
Oh no.
Whoa! Oh my.
Alright, let's see.
Okay, I guess I'll go see.
There's stairs. Right here.
Yeah. I need stairs.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh my god.
So someone has to go back up.
How does? Oh, someone has to. Oh, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have it up there.
Oh, we gotta kick it all the way up?
Oh, I think you carry it up to the green, right? That thing.
And then toss it, yeah.
Yeah, but how do we get to the green platform? Is there a door?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Zeke is
Uh-oh.
jumping it.
Oh God. You can do it.
My backpack came off.
Climb.
You gonna do this?
Climb.
Do you want to be a backpack wearer? Thing? Come here.
Nope.
Oh, I got an achievement. I haven't worn a backpack yet.
Okay.
There you go.
Well.
Who said VOD watchers you might want to go take a nap? We got this.
Well, that's up there now. Oh wait, this. Oh, this got rid of all your items.
Should we jump down to the green and check
I
it
will.
out here?
Okay. Is there anyone at the bottom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just stay down there in case it gets dropped. I don't know if I can make it. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
I was spamming click on it too to grab it and it wouldn't let me grab it.
Okay. Someone's got to drop down to the orange beam and then go over to the wood.
Okay.
Then
I'm
go.
on it.
Grab it if
There you
I
go.
duck.
Now kick it up to her.
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
Boom!
Got it.
Nice.
Okay.
Where's Faye?
Very nice. I guess we go up.
Hang on. Nice. Nice.
And then Rena will come up there.
What's up?
I'm gonna throw it. Get your arms ready.
I'm gonna catch it. Ah, I got it. Woohoo!
Okay. Above we go.
Why are we leaving backpacks behind? Oh, mine. Oh, they fall when when you go down. Okay.
Let's see where everybody is. Assuming maybe right here.
Damn it. Oh, fuck me.
Oh, the last uppies is here. Okay. Oh. Okay, where's Naomi? Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to the yellow. I'm gonna try to get to the yellow. Oh, I got my arms out.
I think I gotta be. Okay, I'll be here.
Okay.
Nice. Hi.
Okay, ready, Rena?
Yeah, ready. Oh my god. Oh.
It went all the way.
It I got strong arms. What can I say?
You're so strong. Well, I'll go get it.
Cody fell? I chucked it out of the hole.
What do you mean? Like out of the thing?
Like it's out of the game. It's out of the puzzle.
Yeah, you got it all the way. Nice work. Oh, it removes all your items once you go through the turnstile. Oh, I didn't know that. Holy shit. Okay. I think once the puzzle is done, it unlocks an elevator.
Huh?
Yeah, go ahead and put it in.
Wait. Oh, is it? Oh my god.
Can you, wait, don't jump down yet. Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you put that backpack on me?
Yes. Oh yeah, we have a lot of items down there, huh?
Okay. And then put the baby, oh wait, hold on, don't put the baby on me yet. I think
Yeah, I think we need to go grab.
there's an
grab some
elevator.
of our stuff. Oh.
There's an elevator down at the very bottom floor. I think it unlocks once you unlock the puzzle, but I'm not sure. So actually, you know what? Take the backpack back off me and put it on the ground by the baby. Just in case.
All right. All right.
Hello.
Did you, does the elevator work?
Yeah. Elevator.
Here's your backpack.
Oh my god, this
We got all the stuff.
Okay, I'm just gonna check something. Oh, I don't have anything. I suppose I could just go kind of through the turnstile. Oh yeah, right there. Oh, it's not an elevator, it's just a door that opens. I see. Okay. So you can grab all your shit. Okay. Man, fuck you, Brewmaster Beach. Fuck all y'all. Making me feel bad for taking time off to do something fun for myself. You guys suck.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Drop off. We can drop off the babies
Oh,
if you
it's
guys
true.
want on the
We
way.
can drop the
Yeah. Wait, where's the other
Sounds good.
baby?
It's on your back.
Oh.
You got it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Today, I'm a baby.
And tomorrow you're...
Baby today, man.
I found a couple of
tomorrow.
good things. Now I feel like guilty ass. Glad you had fun doing whatever. Well, it's just been happening a lot today, Brewmaster Beads. You just happen to show up
I
and
got this.
get
Put us
mouthed
in
off
water.
to by me.
No.
No, people have been
Look at
giving
us
me shit
climbing
about
as a
taking
group.
vacation, taking too many vacations, taking too much time off
After this,
for the past
we're
month.
doing peak.
Wait, what? What happened?
Right?
And I
guys?
just-
We're moving
I'm-
up peak.
I'm sick of it
We're gonna climb it
at this
guys,
point.
Right?
Yeah!
It's like, I'm gonna have fun
Let's
because
do
I
the
can.
update, actually.
Let's go.
Wait,
Yeah.
but peak is
Well,
fun because
right,
you can
JP?
like
And we
just
climb.
kill everybody if you want.
This, right?
Where?
Murder.
Oh, you're going.
Indeed.
You're
He's really quiet. He's
What?
gonna lose. Oh.
Wait, we're going this way, right? Oh shit. But we're not supposed to jump.
Look at this! A balding bearded man in giant granny panties. Is this what makes you laugh? Are we laughing now? now. We're laughing
Fuck you,
now.
chat. Have fun at Burning Man Seek. Hugs and kisses.
No, dude, Brewmeister, don't worry about it, man. I'm not even mad.
Yeah, I'm gonna drag everybody to Ascent 8 and see
I
how
it's honestly the only reason why it bugs me is because I don't like taking time off, and people are acting like I take all this time off. Like, ask Katie. It's been a huge like problem for us. She's like, I want to go adventuring. I want to go do fun stuff, and I'm like, but I can't take that much time off of work. She's like, yes, you can, and I'm like, no, I can't. Okay, there should be one just right down underneath us. Oh. Is shit happening? Oh, they deposited the babies. Can't you stream from your travels? No, not on Burning Man, you can't. And I don't like to do that anyways. When I'm on vacation, I like to be on vacation.
Yellow tower.
Okay.
Like past it.
Okay.
What's that?
There should be one.
GeForce Now would allow you to
Oops.
peek with your friends.
Okay, there should be one right down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Peak's on NVIDIA.
If you're
Oh shit!
if you're standing at the entrance of this tower,
Oh yeah, they're over there.
There is one just down to the left, and then there's 3 closer to the aqueduct. So follow me.
Yeah, over there.
I got all my place.
Yeah, these green towers down here they have to be something, right? Hey.
I can tell you're eating because you're staring in one direction while moving in different directions. That's like that's the giveaway. Yeah, well, I also love the fact that your mouth is now full of peaches.
Oh, that's the right. Oh, you meant like facing.
Yeah. No, we did the 2 to the right. Now we're doing the ones on the left. But these green towers have to be something, right?
What if they're just... My ass.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's like a something. Okay.
There's the baby.
Oh no.
Is this
It's
another
like
communication
Morse
puzzle?
code. Yeah.
Oh.
Who knows that
All right,
Morse?
Faye, it's all you.
What's
Faye,
it?
it's all you. You have to tell us what it is.
Yeah, we got this light thing again, so it'd be like
Ooh,
a yes,
I
no.
would like to be
probably.
the one to ask
we have a
questions.
window.
Can I be the question asker?
Oh, it's like
We
a
have a window.
Oh.
Yeah. It's kind of creepy. It's like an interrogation room.
Wait, where's the puzzle thing at? Does it show up?
Oh.
Yeah, alright, so Rena, we have one of those.
I started it. Okay. Slash swirl snowman asterisk 6.
They could just bring them over to the window and we could just do this when it's the right one, you know? And shake our heads no for the incorrect one.
Well, I don't think she can see us. She can only see the
Oh,
light.
she can't see us? She can only see the light? Okay, where's the light thingy?
Over here. Wait, it just restarted.
Yeah, someone.
Did they
Yeah,
open
someone
it?
hit the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. I was,
The light
Is
is
this-
over here, so we have to communicate through this.
Okay.
We feel like we've always
Shut the
done
door.
It. One
Oh, so
person-
okay.
No. So someone's just gonna have to shout down the hallway, yes or no.
Can I put them back? Oh man, I've made a mess.
Rena,
Yes.
we're gonna do 1 blink for yes and 2 for no, okay?
And then 3 for repeat, or okay. Yeah, sounds good.
Well, there is
1
no
blink for-
repeat, cause
There's no repeat. Goodbye. Fare thee well. All right. You and me, Zeke.
All right.
We got this.
Let's do it. Someone's got to be outside to start the game, though.
we're not closed.
Yeah, you got to start it.
It begins. The trials by fire. Triangle? Any triangulers? Any triangling? Triangulathon?
Okay, let's do for no. Was that one blink? That was one blink? Okay. Now we gotta do them. We might have to do them all again. Okay. Wow.
I did that with one blink.
Nice work.
Whoa! 2 for 2.
Okay.
Did you show them this end yet?
Nope. I don't think so. Okay.
No, that should be the very last one. Oh my god.
That's it. Triangle.
I had like, dude, that was the first one I was gonna pick up.
Oh, that's it. I got it.
Oh yeah, first try.
Okay.
Nope.
Nope. Snowman!
Yippee!
Yay!
We freaking did it.
Oh, I took your backpack off. Sorry.
Give it to us.
Nice work. We did it.
Oh, we got the baby.
We did it.
Good job.
Yippee! Yippee! I don't want this.
Where are we headed?
Where to next?
Okay, there's 3 down by the. If you just go this way and go to the ocean, and then there should be the aqueduct to the
Go to the
left,
ocean.
to our left.
To the ocean.
Man, the sliding's so weird in this game.
Yeah. It's not as thrilling as sliding in real life.
Yeah, or in Peak, the video game that we're gonna play.
That's so true. That's so true.
Were you playing it yesterday, Naomi?
Yeah, I was playing yesterday with Boone.
Ah. How'd that go?
It was fun. We didn't make it to the top, but it was fun.
It's sad. There's final update. Oh, hold up.
Ooh, I hear music.
Digital track. I don't have a creator code for Fortnite, but thanks for asking.
It's like the radio plays.
Oh my god, this one is freaking.
Yo, I like this little funky beat. Yeah. There's a radio. Oh my god, we almost got all of them. Oh, we have this one already. Dang it. We already have
We
this
do?
one. Yeah, the button's already pushed.
Oh.
Hold on, I gotta change my headset battery. Oh shit.
That's a battery.
Yeah, my headset battery. On, thanks for lifting me up. Let me
We're
take a sip of my
going.
little drink.
No walker left behind.
Walk it like a talk it, walk it like a talk it. Oh, that's definitely a puzzle up there. No, it isn't. It's a radio.
On public rock, and then there's something down there.
Oh, radio.
It's
We
a
don't have-
radio.
We have no other radio.
What this?
Oh.
Oh. Another one of these?
Ooh. Whoa. Huh?
What the
What the
hell?
hell?
There's cameras on the corners. This is scary.
It is scary.
Hmm. What's over here?
Oh.
We have to relay the screens.
There's 12 holes. You just need to tell me which.
Hmm.
How are we? What?
That room is for something. Wait, did they correspond with like? Hold on.
I feel like a little lab rat.
Hmm. They're blank?
Wait, they're fucking
Wait,
blank.
what?
Well, some of them
might have dots on them.
Okay. Okay.
Communication's gonna be a bit awkward, but yeah, there's blanks, and then there's ones that
So once
have
you-
just dots on them.
Yeah, once you start the puzzle, these ones
Mhm.
light up with
Yeah.
dots.
Yeah. So the purpose of this? She can hear me. Okay, I was just seeing if you can hear me. Okay. Well, let's just start it and see what it looks like, I guess.
Okay. You guys need to tell me which one it is.
I'm gonna head back over, and then I think maybe Zeke and I will be runners if we need to.
Okay. Thought I could hear them for a second. I'm tweaking.
Well, did you look in? You looked in this room, right? The middle room.
No, I think they're just supposed to tell me which ones go where.
Yeah. What's the purpose of the middle room with all the tea kettles in?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Alright, you guys press the button on your side, I'll press it on my side. I think we have to start it together or something, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't do it from just my end.
Oh. One button closes both doors. There you go. How do you open that door? Do they have to open that for you?
Oh, they go in? Oh, I get it. Okay. So they go in, they place a kettle, and then we go in and we interpret where that kettle is according to the shapes on the wall. And then I tell you.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Shouldn't be too bad. No, 7. Guys, no, we got this. We got this. You gotta believe. Guys, we gotta believe, okay? You gotta be believers. For once in your chatter lives, you have to be believers. I believe.
Yeah, I think they place all the stuff. I go in and I look and then I relay that to you and see if we can get it right.
Ah, okay. That's cool. Chad, do we need a little music? Play the music I was playing earlier. Here we go.
You guys have to push the button on your side.
Yep, no button on our
Wait.
side. Here's
This
the...
button.
Wait.
I know that's the finish
It
button.
doesn't it open it?
No.
That's the finisher, I think.
Here. Hold on.
One person that can be in the house at
Hold
one
on.
time for us to let them through.
Yes, I think I figured it out.
You think so?
What happens is, you guys go first. You look at your puzzle, and then you go in and you place all the kettles on the things that represent these shapes. So you put them in like certain spots, and then you open the door for me. I go in and interpret it, and I try to interpret it back to her.
Okay. Okay, word.
Good luck, friends.
So I guess what? Kettles will be dots?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the others will be blanks, alright.
Yeah.
I hope that works. I think that's how it goes.
It should be how it works. Too bad.
Yeah.
Alright. Just need to await instructions. Music, yeah. This is Misery Town.
Thank you, Max. The big walk is going as well as to be expected. Thank you, Mr. Peril, for the tip earlier. I apologize for not calling you out, thanking you personally. Also, Ao Taco, Aoi Taco.
Hungry.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. And thank you for all the happy partnerversary wishes. 13 years. 13 years partnered.
2 nuggets. Plugged in. We're getting it done.
Oh. What happens if you come out of this?
Before the 3-hour mark.
Yeah. Oh. What happens if you come out of the turnstile? Anything?
I don't think anything happens, no.
Okay.
Can try it. Yeah, nothing happens.
I wonder why that turnstile's there.
It's to prevent people from bringing in items like walkie-talkies or like lights that make it a lot easier to communicate stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Two scramby eggs. Nah, I had a little bit of bacon this morning, and I had a little bit of breakfast taters. I guess hash browns. Homemade hash browns. And a little scramby egg. I couldn't eat a whole lot though. I can't eat a lot in the morning. My stomach just doesn't like a lot of food in the morning.
I don't never eat breakfast.
Yeah. Can't eat a whole lot in the mornings.
I really wonder if you have to place the blanks along with the dots too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Morse code or something at first. Some kind of binary or something, I don't know. Just set these along the wall and out of the way.
Oh yeah, spiral plate. Yeah.
There we go. They're taking their sweet ass time in that room.
Yeah, no shit, right?
God damn.
No, it's not 1-to-1 is the thing. That's the terrible part. It's like the constructions in there are weirdly shaped. So they're approximations of these, but they're elevated in certain areas and shit like that. It's very strange.
Huh. Okay. We got this. Stuck here forever? Nah. Nah. I wonder if I can climb on this. Nah, won't let me.
Happy anniversary, Z-Croc.
Thank you very much, Howie. Appreciate you. Yeah, this waiting is terrible.
Randall or something. Naomi's getting the bad ending in this game too. No, I'm not. I'm not getting the bad ending. Guys, we're getting the good ending, okay? The friendship will always give us the good ending, no matter what. I'm going nuts, I'm going nuts, I'm going nuts, I'm going nuts. I'm going insane. I'm going insane. I'm getting cabin fever.
They're still running around with teapots? Yeah, I figured.
Huh?
Teapots, that's what they use to signify, to like, there's like 6 teapots in the room and then they drop them where the dots are supposed to go.
Oh, okay. But how do we open the door?
I think they open it when they're done.
They open it? Okay.
Pretty sure. There we go.
It's open.
Okay. Now I have to interpret this. Okay. Oh, I got one of them.
Okay.
This guy here, the very far right set of 3.
Yeah, this one?
Yep. Put one in the leftmost and the topmost.
For what, the dots?
Yeah.
Okay, so left and the top. Got it. There we go.
Well, you can come out here and look with me.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
See what
That's
we're
that's
working with.
the group of 3 that I determined.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh.
Hang
Okay.
on.
So yeah, these 2 guys.
I think this, no. What the hell?
Yeah, there's one on the floor, which is fucking with me.
There are only 6 dots. Okay, so they use the kettles to describe the dots.
I-
What is this one? Blank, blank. That's a group of 4. This one's a group of 5.
Oh, I got this one. I got this one. This one. I got this one. This one here is that one up there. I think this group of 4 here, but one in the top center.
Top center.
Yep, and then one on the just the bottom right of that.
This one right here?
I think that's the corner one.
What about this like little one that's just kind of alone?
I don't know. That one. I think it would be this one up here. I think the elevation in here.
Chilling right here are the next 2 dots.
That's the one I thought was the
Blank,
top.
blank, 2, 2,
Was the
blank,
top
blank.
right?
Okay.
That one.
This might be blank, blank, 2, 2. Maybe? It looks like... No, because... 2 blanks after? A group of 3.
Yeah, this one here. I have no fucking clue what they're doing.
Maybe we work backwards? 2 and then... This is such a fucking weird puzzle the way they laid this out. It's so confusing.
Yeah, it is.
This is such a weird
Well, they
puzzle.
move. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
They move the kettles. We interpret them, lazy man. So we don't want to move them.
What the...
Yeah, I don't know these 2 right here. These 2 are bothering me. Oops.
Yeah, these 2 are like super confusing. This is a group of 4 right here.
Yeah.
Do we have a group of 4 that's all blank? Could it be that middle one is like all blank?
Hmm.
Because they intentionally left a few of them blank. have enough. We do.
I just want to see something.
See if that's it.
No.
Damn. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh, okay. We can just rearrange them.
Yeah, we can just rearrange them.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't like the chunks of the room being like.
I think honestly it would be easier if we just laid them out on the floor and just put kettle, one kettle,
like,
one
just
kettle.
in a line, like it just works on like this. It just goes in like a line. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
By number. It would have been so much easier. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. I could have done it like that. Should we just tell them to arrange them and just forget about the thing and just put them against the wall?
Yeah. I think it would be easier if we just put them on the floor. No, and I get like the elevation is how high it is on the wall. I'm pretty sure maybe.
Yeah.
No, that one is way too high then. 'Cause there's not one that's like way higher than all of the rest.
Reset. Maybe we just tell them to do it in order of like numbers and just leave gaps for where the
Yeah.
blanks are.
Yeah, this our interpretation is not working. I did not know what you guys were getting
Yeah,
at
I'll show you. So
by leaving shit on the floor. These two right here were the most confusing.
Oh, because there's literally nothing else for it. Here, come here. So this one right here.
Whoa, is everyone dying? Guys?
With the way
Hello?
that they kind
Hello?
of go,
Hey.
this is how it worked, right?
Wait,
Two
where's
blank,
Naomi?
one down, and then one that goes back in. Because this first one, dot. Because nothing else really matched. Same with the V. The problem with the V was the same thing. There's not many things that match it. Because the V, it was blank, dot, and then back up. So we're trying to figure out like where on this fucking thing to make it work.
Okay, this is what I would suggest.
This one is like the check mark at the end. Like you see ours?
What I would suggest is what we just do is we just have designated ones for the puzzles and we just try to work through that rather than trying to have like random sort of sets.
Just ignore all these pieces they put in the room and then just put them on the floor, like big long stretch, and then just add these as numbers instead.
Numbers, okay. We just put the kettle like on the dot. Yeah.
Which ones are
Yeah, using this as a reference, this would be row 1, row 2, row 3. Like, and it would just go, you know, left to right. And just put them on the floor like this. And just
we could do that. Wouldn't it just be easier to be like this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, and so on, and just put the kettle on the corresponding number?
That's what I'm doing. I'm just doing it a different way
but
that
it's
you are.
like you're talking about rows and stuff.
Yeah. Row 1, row 2, row 3.
What are the?
Okay.
Oh.
What row?
Okay.
Like, wouldn't it just be?
I could just. You guys could just draw.
All right, here. Let's try your idea here. Where since we can't, all the kettles are only dots. What if we just assign on the floor, like you said, right? The first one, right? Say the first one, it's so just put it on top of like mimic the shape.
Yeah.
So then we'll have this one be the first
big one right
puzzle.
here.
This will be the second puzzle, and we'll just like put on the floor in front of each one. So like
They're doing all.
They're doing a totally different thing. Than
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying
first
now.
one- yeah, first one we'll assign this one as the first one, and then we'll
Yep.
put it on the ground.
Okay.
The second one.
And then the solo one will be in between these if the solo one is a dot.
If the solo one's a dot, let's just put it up here.
Yeah.
Okay, the solo one's dot put up there. Sounds good.
Third one, the V shape.
Yeah.
We'll do here.
Just right here, yeah.
And then we'll just like kind of match it. You'll just like assume 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We'll do the rows.
Okay.
Like the row design.
Sounds good.
And then,
You know.
and then this one we'll keep for the last one. It's pretty easy. It's the same exact shape.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
So hold on.
Yeah.
So what are the pods here? This is first, the second, solo, and third.
Solo. Yeah, and then the final one. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Let's do it.
Okay, and we'll just do it by rows and columns. We'll start in front of this square for the first one.
Yep.
So this will be the first square, and then we'll just mimic. And for here, the first square will start here. This like lighter one in between the darker ones.
Okay.
All right.
I should have got the music thing. Okay. Everybody situated where they want to be. We ever gonna get another co-op? Oh. We ever gonna get another co-op game with DP? Probably. At some point. Maybe. I don't fucking know, man. War Dogs co-op soon. Yes, War Dogs is actually happening on Saturday. In lieu of doing drop frames, we're going to do that. Or Sunday. My bad. Sunday. I'm going to Burning Man. My last stream will be Tuesday, and I'll be leaving on Wednesday. Do you bring your red monsters with you to Burning Man? I mean, if they have them, I will. If at the store, but they really don't, usually. All right, ready to do this? Okay. Okay, here we go. Middle one, top. And down right. No, down right. There you go. The second one is bottom, or not. Oh, hold on. Is there a solo? Oh yeah, one in the solo. And then this one is very bottom and upright from that. Okay. And the last one is just one dot on the very left. One dot on the very left. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Don't reset it. Don't reset it. Don't reset it!
GG.
What do you mean, GG? What do you...
Albie's already in there.
What?
Oh, is he
That was all
resetting
Albie. We didn't do it.
Dude, you reset it!
I did reset. That's my bad. That's why I said GG's. I was gonna come in here and try a different way. Can we just try it a different way? Can we just try it a different way?
Why? That way is...
They almost got it. So Zeke, this first one right here.
Yeah.
It was boom, boom. There was a space, and then the third one was out. So the first one was you had it like this, I think. It was like.
Oh, that's it was not enough. Yeah, not enough of space. I didn't think. I thought they were right next to each other.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, we could. Do you guys want to do it your way? That's fine.
Okay, yeah, let's do it our way. Let's try it. Let's try it one time. Wait, before Naomi goes, wait,
Thank you for giving a sub to the Rami, Vincent.
Here we go. So they're just gonna number them, and we're just gonna go in a numbered line. We'll be done with this soon, hopefully. Cool. Soon what? Crash out? Not soon we get it, dude. Soon we get it. ADHD? Hey, you're watching my ADHD in real time. put them away so far, just to keep them organized, you know. I could put the blank one.
Do you have any plans to go back to Colorado? Take a big shit in Scott's guest toilet? Not currently, but it's not a bad idea. I'm not against that idea. But he does have a wife and kids, so I just want to shit on Scott, not his family. Yeah, I was thinking about giving him an upper decker, but he probably wouldn't even be the one to deal with it.
Ooh, which direction? Why'd they put it that way? Why'd they put it that way? Okay, one. What the fuck? Oh, bro. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 4 is blank. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 is blank. And then let's see. 5 and 6 are dots. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are dots.
You bet, Lipa.
7, 8, and 9. That's got to be the last, right? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, so 11 has a dot. So 11 has a dot, and the rest are blanks. The rest are blanks, baby. This should work, hopefully.
I'll let you push the button.
We'll see. What? Which direction did they put them? Is what I'm wondering. Maybe they started from this end. And number 2 is a dot. Should I try it that way? Maybe we should try it that way.
How are you counting the numbers?
So they put them on squares. 1 is here, 2 is a dot. Oops, I just moved it like a dumbass. Oh my god. There we go. 2 on 2's 1 on 2. 3, 4, 5, and 6 are blank.
How are you numbering the wall numbers? Just starting from the top and going like a book?
And 4, yeah. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think 5 and 6 are also blank. 5 and 6 are blank. Dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the next 2 on that wall in the chain are dots. Yeah. So just these 2 right here. There you go. And then gotta take those last 2 off the wall because I don't think these go here. Okay. So that was 7 and 8. and the rest are dots. 9 blank and 3 dots. And we'll try that and see if that works. Maybe they put it reverse order. There you go. I was just looking at it wrong. Two hours later? Shut up! Shut up! On the other side? Yeah! I looked at it wrong the first time. I looked at it on the opposite side and did it.
We
the
were
opposite
watching
way.
you and we were like screaming at the glass.
Yeah, I got it. I got it eventually. I just had to go from the other way.
Where's the baby? Did we get
Where to? Oh yeah.
Towards the wall.
Okay. Where's
Where
the
to?
next one?
Towards the aqueduct.
Towards the bridge. Is that what it is? A bridge? An aqueduct? What's an aqueduct? Oh. Like a dam.
God, I hate how long it takes you to get up.
Are we going to this house right here?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't worry, you're right.
Aqueduct.
Is this another
Man, all
like?
these puzzles are like the communicatey ones out here.
Wait, how do we start this?
You gotta get in.
Oh, there you go. How do we turn on the light?
Oh my god, I think you have to get the same. Like, you guys have to match each other. I think that's what it is. You have to match each other. Or no. It's like the normal one. I thought this one had pegs too. Oh, it's like just middleman. Someone has to go between the
Yeah,
windows.
you have to draw with your finger or your hand out like what the shape is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you should be the drawer. You should be the artiste.
Me, the drawer.
The artiste, the drawer. You gonna draw?
Be the drawer.
Okay. I'll be the outside guy.
You let Rena put the little pieces on.
Who's the inside guy? You guys inside? Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna shut the door. You draw it for me. I'll draw it for them. Sounds good?
Okay.
Okay.
Who sees the order? What room sees the order?
This room. This room. Okay, reset.
It's movements. It's movements.
Oh, so it's like hands up, hands down stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay, I thought it was shapes, but it's not. All right, cool.
Hand.
All right.
Yeah. you
So,
just follow based on the hand.
okay. Now here's the thing with like mirroring it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to tell like, is it my right or your right? That kind of shit.
Right. So.
Yeah, I guess what we're saying is if we lift up our left hand, then you'll do the same.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're saying with the mirror. Just like mimic. So like if we're doing our left.
Okay, so if we're looking at it,
It'll be
we're
your left.
mirroring it or not?
I don't know. I feel like the middleman should just mirror it.
Yeah.
Because
I
it'll
can
be
do- I can do middlemaning if someone else.
because it'll be mirrored twice. Because I gotta do it to them, and they gotta do it from their perspective as well.
got it. I guess just relate to them then. I mean, our thought process was just to do it exactly. So if it shows as right for them, we'll lift our right hand, and you'll lift up your right hand and lift up their right hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
Go
Okay,
by-
let me just do a little experiment here. If I did this, what would you do to, like, if I was the symbol, what would you do to me? You're doing their right then. You're not mirroring me. You're doing...
I just said
That's your
we're
right
doing
arm.
our right. It's right arm. It's always gonna be your right arm, our right arm. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters.
Okay, let me let them know that. Okay. If I raise my right arm, it's the person in the video or in the tile's right arm. Okay? It's
Just
not
point to
mirrored
the
or
one you
anything.
want us to- just point. Turn around.
I know. Okay. Okay. We'll do it that way. All right. Sounds good. All right. I'm ready to go. You ready?
Yeah, I'm just gonna let everybody do their thing, honestly.
Okay. You guys ready?
They got this.
Oh, just, okay. Just standing. Okay. Isn't there one that's just standing? Okay, there we go. Fucking Jesus. All right. What are they doing back there? There we go. Okay. So the character's left arm is up, right arm is pointing. Okay, left arm up, right arm pointing. Left arm. Left arm up. Right arm pointing. Oh, this one. Left arm up. Yep. No. Go back. Back. Jeez, I went up and down too fast. Yeah. Wait, that's sitting. Yeah. Yes. She crouched, she didn't sit though. Okay, sitting face. Okay. She's crouching, not sitting. That wasn't Ollie, that was Lil or Trick. sitting, one arm up. Okay.
Good job.
All right, one more puzzle, right?
I was just shaking
Yep.
ass the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have one more or two more?
I think one
I
more.
think one more.
Right?
Oh, I haven't been counting.
Hold on. Let me get that on here.
Do we know where the next
somewhere.
puzzle is?
I remember when we
And
walked
there's
over
one more down here somewhere. Like I think it's further this
Where's
way.
Rena? Did Rena?
She's AFK inside there.
Oh,
let's grab her.
You guys gonna be able to bring her through the wall? Or through the door?
Yeah. We can do that.
Yeah, just transfer.
Yeah, over.
Grab.
Okay, it should be, according to my screenshot, it should be directly to the right of us, like or direct, like this way.
Sorry. Oh, she's
Try
gone.
pushing her through. Just try crouching and pushing her body through. There
that
you
works.
go.
All right, we're
Okay,
moving.
we got Rena.
Hi, my name
Oh, wrong one. Sorry.
My name is.
Sorry, wrong one.
Hi.
There you go.
My name is my name is
What?
My name is Coco Connor.
There you go.
Welcome back.
I'm back. Hi. Sorry. Hi.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
did it. You solved the
timer
puzzle.
thing.
Ooh, what's this one? Did we do this one? We might have done this one.
We've done something like this. I don't know. Have we done this one?
Doesn't look familiar.
I don't remember this face thing. I don't know what this is.
No.
Is the baby missing?
Oh no.
What the hell?
Yep.
I can't see anything. Oh my god.
Yeah, you gotta go through it.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
And we
Oh,
have
okay,
to tell
so-
you where to go.
Yeah.
Wait, that sounds
Okay.
so fun.
You should go. Get in there, champ.
Alright.
Do it, Rena.
Someone has to wear.
Alright, go forward. Wait, I'm gonna take your baby off you just in case something bad happens.
Yep.
Grab the baby.
Go left a little bit. Okay, and then you should see a dot. Is the dot on her left or her in front of her?
Can she hear us through the glass?
You see a dot? Yes, she can, but barely.
Yeah, right. There you go.
There you go. Okay.
There,
She's
but
in. Now we just gotta tell her where to go.
Too far. A little bit to the left. Left. All right, go straight. Keep going. Left.
Oh, to the left a little bit more.
Left.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Keep going. A little bit forward. Keep going. Okay. Stop. Turn to your left. 90 degrees. Keep turning. Stop.
Perfect. Gonna move forward a little bit, Rena. Move forward a little bit. Keep going.
Take a step to the left.
Yeah, there you go. Keep moving forward.
There you go.
You're doing great.
Come. And over there. Stop. Oh my god. This is scary.
oh, this jump is gonna be a fucking bitch.
Walk forward. Walk forward. Keep. Come on.
forward quite a ways. Yeah, keep on going. Keep going. You got it. So brave. Okay, stop. Uncrouch. And you're gonna jump and walk forward at the same time. Like jump forward, like you're jumping over something. Yes, yes. Okay. And then crouch. And then walk forward.
Walk forward.
Oh, we can't see her anymore right here, so it's up to them on that side.
Yeah.
After this.
Oh, that's why they couldn't help
All right.
with the yellow part.
Okay.
Keep going forward, Rena.
Walk as forward as you can.
Okay.
You
Turn
go
to your right, 90 degrees. Oh, a little too far. All right, go forward a little bit. Keep going. All right, turn to your left, 90 degrees.
More?
Go, step to the right a little bit. All right, you're gonna do like a CS crouch jump. Keep, yeah, jump forward, CS crouch jump, yeah. There you go.
Fuck, you need a crouch jump for?
90 degrees to your left. Too far.
No, I'm muted on purpose so I don't fucking like
Turn
lose
to
my
the right a
goddamn
little bit.
mind.
You overcorrected a little too far. Okay, CS crouch jump, forward. All right, turn to your right. Keep turning, a little bit more. Stop. Take a few steps to the left. Move straight forward. Forward.
Forward.
Yeah, crouch jump, forward.
Why crouch jump? You don't need to crouch.
Okay.
Fuck you talking about crouch
Alright, you guys
jump?
take it from here on the other side. Your turn.
Hey.
You three, tell her what to do.
Walk forward a little bit, Rena, just a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, stop right there. I'm trying to figure out how to tell her to do this because she has to jump over a big gap.
Rena, there's a big gap in front of you. I'm not
There's
gonna
a
lie.
big gap in front of you. You have a
Oh.
little bit of room. You have a few steps in front of you. You don't want to move 2 steps in front of you
You
before
will fucking
you
die.
fall off the gap.
Okay, hold on. Judge something for me.
We
If
can
I'm-
we can guide
if I'm-
you to the edge of the gap,
Hold-
and you can just jump.
Yeah.
But if you just press
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
space at the same time right now.
Hold on. Before we do this, just here, gauge the jump. If I can just press W and space at the same time, will I make it?
Yes.
Okay, so you can get her up to the edge, and then just have her do W, jumping forward at the same time. She'll
So,
make it.
Rena, take a few steps forward again. Just a few steps, small steps forward.
That time I wasn't muted on purpose.
Take steps to the right. A bunch of steps to the right. Because the wall is slanted, so she might hit her head.
What? Oh, the light. Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, keep moving. Just keep moving to the right. Keep going.
Okay, you're all the way there. Okay, so
Take a few steps forward, just a little bit. All right.
there you go.
Okay.
Am I looking?
You think she can jump from there?
All right.
Hold on.
Yes,
Let me test it.
wait, hold on. Let me try it. From right here where she's standing,
No.
she can easily clear that.
It's a little.
Yes, she can clear it. We just discussed that.
Yeah, she can make it. From where I'm standing, I'm like where she.
Yeah, if she takes 2 steps forward and then just W jumps at the same time,
Yeah.
she can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Rotate a little bit though, to the right. Just a little bit. That's good. Okay. All right. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna press W and then you're gonna jump forward.
Wait. She can take at least 2 tiny steps forward before doing this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Oh, okay,
but-
okay.
Yeah. Take a little bit of steps.
Okay. All right. So yeah, take a few steps forward, just a teeny tiny baby steps forward, just a few. Keep going.
Wait, can you guide me to the edge?
You should make it from there. You should make it from there. If you jump and just hit W and jump at the same time.
Right now.
Rotate a little bit to the right, just a little bit. All right.
There you go.
Now take a few steps to the left, just so you don't fall off the edge by accident. Take a few steps to the left. Okay. Now all you're gonna do is just gonna W and jump. You're gonna move forward and jump.
You're like.
It's away, yeah.
Yeah, you're like you're.
Just go!
Pretty close.
Just go! Do the crouch jump! Why not a crouch jump this time? Huh? Just crouch it! Just crouch and jump, how about? Oh, you moved back. Oh, she moved back.
There you go. You made it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Take steps to your left. Yep. So, from where you were facing before. There you go. Turn to your left a little bit. A little bit more. And then just kind of hit your left key, your A key. There you go. And you're gonna scooch forward just so, there you go, scooch. Okay, perfect. Stay right there. And take a teeny tiny little baby hop down. Just baby hop forward. Just baby hop forward. Just a little teeny tiny little. There you go. Perfect. Do it again. There you go. Okay. You're gonna be walking forward now. Where you are?
Eat my asshole! There you go. Just rocket jump. Yeah, just rocket jump. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Cleveland Steamer Streamer. I didn't even see that. Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, also a gifted sub to Turd Scott. God, sorry, I'm in focus mode right now. Now W, 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 go, 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 W, just say W! Just forward! Fuck! She's fine, just W!
Just keep going, you're good.
Yeah. We all fall off every now and then.
W! Just have her go W, walk it all the way, go!
The hair. There you go, perfect. Oh my god, perfect. Okay. Just take baby steps forward.
No, not baby steps, just W forward! You'll get there, it's easier, I swear to God!
Inch and forward.
You go slow, it gives you more opportunity to turn yourself!
There you go, keep going, nice and slow, take it easy. There you go, keep going, keep going. Keep going.
Thank you,
keep
Darkseer,
going.
for giving a sub to
Almost
Scott's
there.
toilet paper.
Keep it moving, keep it moving. Okay, there's a button right in front of you, Rena. Go ahead and just hit the button. You might need a little bit closer. Take it like a cute couple steps closer. Couple steps closer. There you go. Hit it. Right. That's a little bit lower. It's a little bit lower than you. There you go.
Good job.
Let's go.
Hello.
Is the baby gonna fall?
Mm-hmm. I got it.
Tell Rena to jump down. She has to jump down. She can't. Oh God.
There you
There
go.
she goes.
Good job.
There we go.
Nice
job.
Good call.
I'm gonna hang on to this.
Let's go.
Whoa, wait. Whoa. Oh. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh my
you killed
goodness.
it. You did perfect.
You walked that plank,
You were
dude.
so perfect.
We did it, guys.
We did it.
Yeah. There we go. We're good.
Oh, keeping the head now. Keeping the head with you.
Okay. We're going to the big tower. Black tower.
Oh, there's another radio.
Eee.
I think we left the other radio back there, though. There's
I
two
think I have it on
things
my
at the
back,
front
right?
of that. No, you've got
Do I
like
have
the
the-
spectrometer thing.
Oh, I don't have the.
What?
The other radio and backpack were left at the front from Rena.
Oh, right.
We have to go under the train to get to the tower. It's you can see it right there.
It is right there.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, see it.
Peeking out the
Let's
top.
wait for them because they're gonna go grab the other walkie-talkie in case
Okay.
we need it.
They're coming.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go! It's time
Let's
to
go.
put the babies in the cradles.
Why did you say that so menacingly?
No, I said it very normally.
Okay. Now that's even more awkward. You're like trying to cover up the fact that you want to murder the little things.
Babies adopting other babies on the streets.
Soon the journey will be over. That's true.
I don't think it's that soon.
What do you mean? I don't know. We gotta unlock the pearly gates and go to heaven or something.
Yeah.
We get to die. We get to die. I'm so happy. We're gonna be free. Free from this pain of the
Jesus
world.
fucking Christ.
Free from this pain of this game. I don't know. I haven't thought about it, you know? I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah, everyone knows you get to ask Jesus one question when you get there, so you gotta think long and hard about what it's gonna be.
Man. No more mosquitoes? Oh my god, I could ask them to wish mosquitoes away from this planet once and for all forever.
Oh my god, you'd be a hero. Like an unsung hero. No one would know who you are because you.
on my fucking boob. Diabolical spot to bite me, by the way. Boob? On the top of my boob.
Am I walking really? Is anyone else walking really slow in here?
It's just the freaking stairs. The stairs are cooked.
Oh.
I don't believe you. Shut up. Shut up, chat.
Yeah.
A button. Nope, wrong button. I got one on my back.
Oh yeah, hey.
Shake the baby, shake the baby, shake the baby, shake it, shake it, shake the baby, shake the baby, yeah, shake the baby, shake the baby, shake the baby.
Whoa, the mysterious key.
Key holder.
Okay.
So I think
It's
we go
just
where
not
Albie and I
fun.
were.
Yeah, to the.
Yeah.
To the
What do you
land.
call it? Aqueduct.
Where is that?
Aqueduct.
Come here, Aldi. Put that on your back.
Aqueduct.
Is that to the left?
The Aquiqui.
Where is the wall?
Aquiqui.
Where is the wall?
It's over yonder, JP. You'll see it when we get outside.
Okay, I trust you.
Let us proceed to the yonder. Take that.
Yippee!
All right, which way to the wall?
All right. Is it that way? I don't know. Wait. No, it's the
I
other way.
forget.
That way?
Isn't it this way behind us?
I think it's that
Does
way.
anyone remember?
Yeah. I think it's that way.
I think it's this way.
All right. Whoops. On the other side of this hill?
Yeah.
What wall are you guys talking about?
The aqua, the kui.
The aqueduct?
The aqueduct.
It's on the other side of this.
Yeah, no.
It's that way. The aqueduct is that way. This way, that way, that way, that way, that
Oh,
way.
we're going the wrong way?
If we're going to the aqueduct, it's definitely that way.
Yeah, we going
When
in
we
there.
say
We go
aqueduct,
towards the
can you
yellow tower
describe
and
what
past
you're
the
looking
yellow
at?
tower,
The
right?
big green wall.
Big green wall.
Is that where we're going, JP?
Yes.
Could be.
Oh my gosh.
It's basically on the island. There's a giant wall that goes like the entire island, and it blocks off everything. That's where we need to go. If it's what
My nose is running.
Is it green?
I don't. It's green.
I don't
Yes,
recall.
it's green.
I think
It's a big
I
green
think you're
wall.
this way.
some people are color people, you know, some people are object people, and I remember the object.
I don't know.
Not the
I've had
color.
object permanence. I don't know where shit is.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yep. Ow, I can't jump.
There you go.
Oh, lamp!
Oh,
nice.
finally.
Another lamp.
See. Jump scare.
I hate that it's nighttime while we're trying to find this shit.
No light kind of sucks. Yeah, when we don't have a light, it's like just really hard to navigate. It's very dark.
The jungle. We are in the jungle.
Am I going the right way still?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm blind. I can't see anything.
Oh, see you, JP.
Navigate
It was nice
us.
knowing you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Goodbye, JP. Can I get that key though? Thanks.
Bye. Bye, JP.
Says only I can hold the key. I am the key holder. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm stuck here.
Alright, guys, let's all walk away from him and to the wall.
Okay, we're gonna
He
go
looks like he
send
made
down by
something
JP.
really sour.
He looks like a lemon.
Yeah.
Look at you on your back.
He looks like he's eating a warhead.
But, oh, you son of a bitch. Wait, where's the key?
What?
It's on your back.
Oh, okay. I thought that the key made me lose vision. That was a good goof.
It was me. All along.
I know. You son of a bitch.
Man.
The music.
Woo.
Yeah.
Is it to the left?
I think so. I don't know where we're going. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, yeah, it's more to the
Oh.
left. Oh, we did this puzzle, right? Yeah.
We're not going to a puzzle. We're going to the wall.
Please
put it in. We're gonna lose the ability to talk.
We go.
Oh my god, we killed Jesus! We fucking killed Jesus!
Oh my god. What have we done?
What the hell? We have to walk all the way over?
It's the big walk.
It's the big walk, motherfucker.
You gotta be
Oh my
fucking
God.
kidding me, bro. I thought this was gonna be the end, man. I'm jumping down. Big walking simulator? Yeah. The only difference between this walking simulator and other walking simulators I play is that this one wasn't made with AI. It doesn't have shitty AI voices or shitty AI jump scares. California? I think kind of. So there's a place in California called Ojai that was like a really popular like trail.
Yeah,
that
I
used to
don't
run in
have
college.
much to say. It's just we're
Like,
just
where you go
walking
up
now.
on the trail and like just hike and stuff.
Not much to do.
And there was a
Not
really
much to
bad
talk about,
fire
really.
several years ago that like burned a lot
You
of
want
it
me to
down.
describe the fucking steps I'm taking? Well, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
It kind of looked like that.
Like, oh, I took
Kinda
another
looked
step.
like
One more
really
step
interesting.
and another step. Holy shit, I'm taking it one more step. Oh, that was my left foot and my right foot's going again. Holy shit.
Have I played Baby Step?
Zeke's played Baby Steps. He liked that game.
Did you like Baby Step, Zeke?
No, I did not.
That's okay. I crashed out on that game too. To be honest.
I only played the demo and I don't even think I finished the demo.
Yeah. The game was like okay. Like it wasn't bad. It's just very like rage-inducing for sure.
You guys know I beat Only Up on the dance pad? That's like the coolest gamer thing I've ever done in my life.
Which one's Only Up?
The one with the kid and he like jumps off of like garbage at the beginning of the game.
You played that on a fucking dance pad? I know exactly what game
Yeah.
that is.
It took
Holy
me like
shit.
a week. Yeah.
You know what you could do as another gamer challenge? You could do Ascent 8 on Peak.
Ascent 8? What is Ascent 8?
Yeah, Ascent 8 on Peak. It's just a bunch of
Oh,
really
on
difficult
Peak.
modifiers. Yeah, on Peak.
Thank you for your money,
I want to
though.
do more
I do
dance pad
appreciate
stuff.
your
I
money.
haven't cranked out my dance pad in a
Hey
long time.
ZDKD, smash that W. C in
They
back
used to have
seating.
dance pads. I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah, I mean mine's just like a little cheapy one. It's not like a cool one. It's just like a fabric.
Thank you, Paler. And thank you for the happy partnerversary, guys. 13 years of nothing but smiles and joy. Smash peripherals, snow runner. one desk. Yeah, 13 years of farts, cunts, and keyboard smashes. Multiple monitors, multiple PCs. Well, I didn't break my PCs. Just replaced them. Wait, how'd that person get through with their belt and their fucking... their belt and their backpack? Maybe found new ones? Yeah, maybe. I'm not gonna lie, man. I kind of dig this.
Yo.
Aha! We have to get in here beforehand. Okay, okay. Okay. That's what we had to do. We had to get here beforehand. No! Pass it through the wall, you dummy! This is nothing like Portal. Caffeinated ginger or Gengar. Temu Portal? No idea where that's coming from. Yeah, the game muted everyone. Muted everyone and made everyone the same color, too. But thank you for the happy partnerversary. Yeah, we have to race. We all have to get there at the same time, guys. Get back here! Fuck, they can't hear me. You, get back here. You, get back here. Yeah, there you go. Yes, come back here. You, over here. You, get over here. You, get over here. There. Okay. You, there. You, there. There. Okay. There we go. Go. Two, three, go. Go, just keep going, don't look and just hit the button. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Oh yeah, you kick it over to signify where it's at. Okay. I get it now. Okay. How do they know though? Yeah. Wait, there's only one of the things though. Oh, he kicks it over to me. If, okay, you kick it over to me if it's on my side. Yeah, kick it over to me. Kick it over to me. Kick it over to me. There you go. Nice. right there. And then you kick it in the same line. Yes, we got it. We're getting it. We're doing it. Nice. Okay. It's not my light this time. Yes. Oh, my light, my light, my light, my light. Okay. Gotta get it over to me, buddy. Kick it over to me. Kick it over to me. Kick it over to me. Come on. Somebody kick it over to me. Come on, kick it over to me. There you go, thank you. There we go. Me again. Oh no, not yeah, me again, me again. Middle one, me again, me again, me again. There we go. Oops. We did it! Oh my god, look at us go. That's why we're progressing, because we're not talking. Okay. Is that the same? Yeah. Spiral. Oh, these, they don't have any symbols on them. That. Look, they're blank. Oh, shit on me. Oh, oh. Can you see him? Yes, you can see the symbol. Okay. 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 I get it now. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, did someone DC? Yeah, we need to tell this person to this person to this person. Okay. They're all the same though, right? I know what they're doing. They're just holding up numbers. Okay. Yeah, they're just doing yes or no. But I... Yeah, if it's in the symbol... I'm gonna do yes and then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or they're just doing like number 1, number 2, whatever. Yeah, there's a more concise way to do this, but if this works, I don't care. As long as it works, I don't care. We're gonna go through 9 numbers, then 8 numbers, and 7 numbers. Okay, we got one. Or symbols, I guess. I'm sure you could like point at symbols in on the thing or whatever. And like I'm not sure, like I'm not even thinking about that right now, but is that 5? Okay. Don't start mixing up symbols, dude. Woohoo! We did it! Yeah! 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 Yay! I don't know if it's the last one. I have no idea how many puzzles there are. Orange, blue, green, red, yellow. Okay, you just have to communicate. Communicate. Okay. Okay, okay. Sit down on that one. Okay, got it. Okay. 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 Squat. And then just stand. Okay. 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 I think I got it. That one's sit. So, sit. And squat. Squat. Sit. Okay. Oh God, I don't know if there's someone in the second room. Because there's 3 of us in here. 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be. Oh, they got the first one? Okay. Oh, they did. Okay, so there's people in every room. Okay. Nice. Squat blue one. Nice work. There you go. Okay, that's the green one. Yeah, there you go. That's the U, the U. Yeah. Now they're gonna do a pointing one, and I hope it's, I hope we do it the right way. One where you go like this, like one arm up, one arm that way. Oh, come on, we got one more. There you go. Oops. Yeah, we did it. Woo! Woo! Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it reacts to my voice. Voice. Maybe. Hello? Hello? Hey, we're back!
Hey!
That was crazy.
Look above.
Oh, it's opening up!
Looky there. 61 months and I'm still here. Gold you like all my money and keep up the great work, Zeke. You are loved.
Are we rotating?
No, the doors
that's
open.
the-
The stars.
The
Oh, you
Earth's
think the
rotating.
ball? We're in a ball. Or is the ball
Whoa.
rolling?
By the way, awesome job, everyone. Good job.
Dude, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was
Going
good.
down there.
Oh.
You need to go down.
I think we
Yeah,
gotta
we gotta
jump.
go down.
I was. Please
Oh,
come back.
Whoa.
Oh! Oh, can we slide all the way down?
I wish.
Like a race? Yeah, like a race car. Yeah. Oh. Dude, that was so fun.
Yeah,
I
that was
like,
really
oh my
cool.
God,
was
we're
good.
so smart.
Those are fun puzzles there at the end.
Yeah. The telescope one, I was so confused for so long. I was like, how the fuck are we supposed to put the blank ones down?
Yeah.
But then I realized the telescope shows the way. What is this?
What is this?
Oh, therapy.
Is this
I
the
love
credits?
therapy.
Oh, it's the credits. Nice.
Oh. Cool.
30-minute timer goes now. Starts now.
Nah, this is a small team that made this. I don't think the credits are gonna be that long.
Swap me seats. I can't hear what anyone's saying. Go over there. Go over there. Go over there.
What?
Go.
Swap her.
I can't
Swap
hear
him
out of my left
seats.
ear.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Yeah, actually not hear out of your left ear.
Yeah. I have
Oh.
a hearing aid, but I don't have it right now.
By the way, prerequisite.
I like that last little area.
Tutorial is done. Now to the real game.
Yep.
Dude, I want more puzzles like that tower we just.
That was awesome. That was really fun.
So fun.
I like that you don't know who anybody is unless you can tell by their arm movements or whatever.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'll be in
Wait,
the
how can you
third
tell by
room.
their arm movement?
In the one where you have to throw kettles. Were you in the third room going?
The kettle room? No, I was in the middle.
Yeah.
I was throwing the kettles.
Who was
to
it?
someone
I
else.
was
Very
waving. I was
Who was
waving
doing
like
that?
this. I was trying to tell you we're supposed to throw the kettles like over the
That was
wall.
so good. I don't know why that felt like. Because I think in another room, Albie was like doing that, and I was like, is that him? But then I wasn't sure.
No, that last puzzle, that was the one that really got me. Whoever came up and was like, this green one means sit. This one means left arm. This one means arms up.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
that was
I sat
me.
in front of the
Yeah.
green.
Me and
I was
someone
like,
else did
sit
that. Yeah.
green.
The sitting was good. Yeah.
That was so
Yeah.
good.
Wait, Bennett Foddy worked on this game?
Oh,
Or is he
Oh,
like
that
a
doesn't surprise
person
me.
that...
Maybe it's like a.
A backer?
Yeah, he does like the climbing games.
There's
All
a
the
lot of
climbing
names.
games.
I think these
Like
might be
this,
Like
backers.
rage bait games. These might be backers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It's either people
makes
that
sense.
worked on it. Or
Oh, and the
backers.
sun is rising.
oh, that's so
Oh,
beautiful.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, play testers. There you go. That's what it said.
Oh.
Ah.
Okay.
To our
I
parents
Dedicated
took
and
to our
turns to
siblings
Sunday
sibling
and
night
the
babies.
babies.
And babies.
The babies.
That's us.
Wait, who's left out though? There's only 5 of them.
Playing our video game.
No.
This game was made on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. It was inspired by the landscape of Wilson's Promontory, otherwise known as
You gotta hurry up.
Uruk
You
and
gotta hurry faster.
Lamun, whose traditional.
You gotta hurry up. You gotta go.
Sorry.
Do we keep
You picked the
walking?
one
There's more
person
to
that
see.
can do.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
We got a little
beautiful.
more walking to do.
Wait, so Albie, you were in the center with me when we were throwing the kettle?
Yeah.
Who is the
Okay.
button pusher with me? I was one of the button pushers.
That was me.
I was the telescoper.
Oh.
I was the.
I sat
kettle
out on
one in the middle.
telescoper one. I was trying to
I
show the
was-
things, and then someone took it from me and like acted like I didn't want to do it, so I ran away and I sat out.
No.
Wait, and which
Music.
one?
Wait, which
the
one?
telescope one.
The...
Oh,
Oh no.
Or were you outside with the signs?
Wait, who was outside?
Yeah, there
I
were
was
3
in
of
the
us out
back.
there.
And then I wasn't.
I was outside. I don't know
Here
who
you
else.
wait,
Wait,
was.
goodbye. Goodbye, guys.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh wait.
Oh, goodbye. Do we die forever when we go in there? Oh,
Oh,
What?
that's
Albie,
that's
go,
Albie.
Albie,
What? Oh!
Bye,
Albie.
Albie.
Bye.
Bye, Albie.
See you later, Albie. Oh my God, this
Oh my
is
God, he's
awesome.
going to heaven.
Oh my God.
You're going to heaven.
Bye.
See you later,
Bye. You
buddy.
get to ask Jesus your one question. Oh, goodbye. Oh my God, that's so sad. What the fuck? He's dead forever. Like, what the fuck? This is sad.
Oh,
Oh, green. Oh,
triple.
no.
What?
No, you did
What?
the button again.
Oh,
There you go.
Oh, hit the button again.
Oh,
Fade, nice.
Faye. See you later,
Bye,
Faye. Thanks for playing.
guys. I'm gonna go ask
Have a
Jesus.
good rest of your day, bye.
Make good choices.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Make good choices.
All right, who's up next? I wonder if I'm last because I'm host. Oh, B.
Bye, B.
Bye, B.
Thanks
Bye.
for playing. Have a good one, Bo.
Bye.
Bye, B.
Great. Now all those idiots are gone. Let's go solve all the rest of the puzzles.
Who's next? Me?
Zeke.
Zeke.
All right. I'll see you
Get outta
later.
here.
Bye, Zeke.
I'm gonna fart right in the doorway.
Burning Man.
I'm gonna fart right in the doorway. Thank you for playing Big Wog. Congratulations on finishing the game. You said goodbye. Now might be a good time to take a break. There's still more to see though. When everyone's ready, feel free to return and explore some more. Oh, and that's it. That's it. You're just out of the game. That's good. That was awesome. I like that part. That was a great ending. Loved it. Nice work. Great game. Great game. How do we do on the Chivos? Let's see. 9 of 12. Let's see. Oh, we didn't get to the highest point. We didn't get... Oh, I didn't actually take the brush to make anybody up. I could have done that. And then there's one hidden achievement. And don't look if you don't want a spoiler. Oh, never mind. It's not a spoiler. It's completely finish the game. Meaning, like, get all of the puzzles and that shit, so... That was a cool game, man. Nice work. Good job, House. That was fun. That was really fun. Especially that last part. The last part was really cool. You made everybody the same color and you muted everybody. God, that was really neat. That was really, really neat. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I'm not getting off early today. I'm just gonna take a quick break and we'll come back. I'm gonna play some more of the Chop Chop. Yeah, really amazing puzzle designs for such a simple mindset. I agree. All right, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging out. We just finished up the big walk. And now we're going chop chop. Gonna see where this game leads us. We got a few hours left of today's stream, so I'm really enjoying this game, and I don't know why. Like, someone told JB to go back in the game, and in the tutorial area where the black ball was, it's split, and there's another black key slot. Oh my God, what? Hold on. Oh, okay. That is neat. That is neat, though. I like that. But there's more to the game. All right, I need to make a rocking chair. I have the stereo. I have to make a... Okay, I can do that.
Z-Club, love your faces. Spower.
Can I make a rocking chair? Nope, I gotta get grandma's something or other, don't I? Granny's darlings, yep. Tiles, table, nightstand, and rocking chair. Yep, I gotta get that, so I need 500 bucks. Oh wait, I'm shooting them at the town. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I should have left those in there. There we go. Put those in there. I made those already. 4 in there. Perfect. And those I launch at the town. I just launch them at the town and they pay me for them. Okay. Z, can you make a fart noise? There. Is that good? I didn't know if you were copying them for soundbite or something. So I just spaced them out. Vampy, yay, 98 months, Vampy. Thank you so much. Good to see you. I appreciate you. Also, Sicily and JLC with 3 subs. Daniel Man as well while I was doing the big walk. Thank you guys. All right, Granny's darlings, let's go. All right, now how do I make a rocking chair? There it is. Two walnut beams. Okay. Oops. There we go. Now I need a fan. There we go. Hamster Tech. Oh, Hamster Tech. Jesus Christ. Hamster Tech fan. You want my best one, Control Shift R? Well, you got it. My best one is probably this one.
If we want to hear you talk, I will shove my arm up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet.
There you go. That's a good one. Oh, I should probably say, like, you know. Okay. What do I need? I need 4 birch planks and 1 more hamster. Shit. I don't have another hamster, do I? Nope, I gotta get pickles. I gotta get pickled cucumbers and chocolate cream for Mom. So I can get more hamsters. Because that's what produces hamsters. Oh. Oh, there it is. Oh. Fuck me. I should have got more. Peter, there you are. Alright, 4 more of each. Okay. Are you sure you didn't get the invite from Twitch? I hope tomorrow I can use GIFs when you check your email tonight. No. I have not got an email from Twitch. Alright. Chocolate pickles yields me hamsters. Don't question it. Hail to the Chicken King. There we go. Holy fucking shitballs! There's the Chicken King. I found him. Holy fuck. That is one big cock. And now 2 of those, and I think he does them. Oh, wait a minute, what? Automatic furniture crafter. Wait. Oh, add recipe. Okay. That just needs birch wood, right? Oh. Okay. But can I make one of my own? Is that the only way I can make those fucking things is with that guy? Oh, there it is. Oh, it pops out right there. Okay. Weird. All right. Huh. Oh, fucking bees, dude. Okay. Now I can. Ugh. The sorting needs some work. Not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, I got it. Oh, I just take it to the guy. Okay, right. Get him his rocket chair. And they should mind their own business. Build it. Oh, there it is. Hell yeah. Would you look at that beauty? I should name her Rocinante. Oh my God. Little, the Expanse reference. I have to admit, we're a pretty incredible team. My visionary designs, your expert craftsmanship could probably change the world, but why would I care about that? I've got stunts to do and a vacation ahead of me. You're welcome. The ramp is built, the sled is ready, and there's only one thing missing. What is it? A soundtrack, of course. While you were doing all the hard work, I made a little song as a thank you. I'd play it for you right now, but I accidentally left the tape in my igloo back at the ice cave. Could you bring it to me? I need some relaxing auditory support before I catapult myself into destiny. Wow, very cool. Yeah, Rocinante was the donkey Don Quixote wrote when he was tilting at windmills. Windmills? Yes, I said windmills. Windmills are like Happy Meals. Oh. Oh, I gotta give him the tape, right? There you go. Oh yes, that's the stuff. Sweet, harmonious sound to calm the mind before a completely reasonable stunt. I hope you like the song. Every legend deserves a soundtrack. Ah yes, nothing beats a calming song. Thank you. Nice. Everything is ready. The ramp, sled, soundtrack, all that's left is the stunt itself. Head up to that lookout over there. You'll have a perfect view of my greatest stunt yet. Once you're ready, give me the hand signal and let's make history. All right, break a leg, Nico. Hey, another energy drink. All right, give him the hand signal. Here we go. There you are. Rock on, dude! Do it again! Oh, right here. Okay. There we go. Into the sun! Go check the beach and see if Nitro Nico survived the stunt. Okay. And he's dead. Oh, if you're wondering why I'm jumping, you can see the stamina bar in the bottom left. If you run, it runs out. If you jump in the middle of it, it fills back up again. So that's why I'm continuing to jump in between stuff. Nitro Newt Nico. Nico? Oh, hey buddy, sorry I was having a dream about launching myself into space. How are you? Good, and you? How do I look? Pretty relaxed, right? That's because I'm officially on vacation and willing to make it permanent. No more ice, no more snow, no more freezing my flippers off. This place is a massive upgrade. You should try slowing down once in a while, my friend. Take a deep breath and enjoy the moment. There's more to life than work and revenge. True, but I almost forgot. Since I finally escaped that miserable ice cube of a mountain, I don't need this anymore. It'd be a shame to let it collect dust, so I'm giving it to you. Here you go, Axeman. One last gift from your favorite stunt penguin. Thank you. You are a true legend. Yeah. Thank you too, buddy. We're both legends, but whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not get all emotional here. I'm Nitro Nico. I'm way too cool for emotions. I've got a reputation to maintain. Now enough with the heartfelt stuff. It's time to relax. And do absolutely nothing for a change. Enjoy, buddy. There we go. The cold doesn't affect me anymore. I got a hat. That was my reward. All right. Adding a sound sample for whole main. What are we getting rid of? Let's see. Probably. Oh, it's this one.
Wait till biggest stickers hears of this.
Wait till biggest dickus.
Wait till biggest stickers hears of this.
All right, biggest dickus, and we're replacing it with something very appropriate. I think, maybe. We exchange biggest dickus for. That is one big cock. That is one big cock. Yep. That's good. Oh shit! I'm getting hit by a fucking crab. God damn it! That crab was killing me. Sorry, I have to get to a safe spot. There we go. Okay. Now I can. That is B. Top left.
What about Grok?
No!
Be quiet.
It's not B
This
top
is a
left.
ninja mission.
It's C top left. That is one big cock. That is one big cock. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Holmain. It is in, it is saved, it is ready to go. Thank you so much. All right. Let me wipe this down. Okay. One big cock. There we go. One big cock on the C1 slot. Oops. All right. Now, what are we doing? Oh, that's right. We're going up to the cold place because we can do that now. The voice of Little Misfortune does most of the art for their games? No shit. That's awesome. I did not know that. Holy fucking eggs. God damn. That's a lot of eggs. What? What was that guy? Huh. Eat the chicken, eat the chicken, eat the chicken. Nom nom nom. Keep going. You're not full yet. There you go. Okay. Oh, now I can go up to the colder climates. Maybe. What? Oh, there we go. Oh, duck. I found the gentleman duck. Thank you. Tough one. Arialtel. What's this? The Northern Ice Cave. Okay, 6 batteries, 10 ingots. Can do. Oh. Oh, 8 of them. Damn it, I was so close. No. I need metal trees. Okay. Should be good. And then we go over here, we do a death warp. Perfect. On batteries. 6 batteries? 6 batteries, right? Yeah, everything in this game is gotten by trees. So there's wood trees, stone trees, metal trees, electric trees, crystal trees. That's how you get all of your materials, by chopping down trees. Okay. Oh, I need more electric wood. Fuck. This one. Oh, that's metal. There we go. I need these guys. No electric wood. I clicked on it, frick. There we go. Okay. Come on now. Okay. Why didn't it say I needed more of those? I only have 5. Why did it say I need... It should say I need more. God damn it. Yeah, I need 2 more of those. Okay. Yeesh. Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh. There. All right. Where does this go? Oh, I went all the way up to the peak. I made it to the peak. Oh. Oh, show them your respect. Yep. That's it? Not even a duck? Seriously? You don't have to add components, you can just click build. Can you? I thought if you could click build, it would tell you. Or I would, maybe I didn't try it. Maybe I never tried it. Seriously, that is it. It's just the peak. Do I get a fucking achievement for it at least? Yep, reach top of the mountain. Well, I get achievement for it, so that's nice. Well, that's great. Great flight, rough landing. All right, then. Oh, treasure map. Right, I have a treasure map. Oh, toilet paper. There it is. Okay. Frozen Lake. There it is. A ruby. I have a diamond and a ruby. I can't cut the tree, no. That tree at the top, I cannot cut it. So, since you've played this game, Flint Town, is the best way to earn money, like, from building stuff, like, is it... Like, what's the next best item? I've been building those big bookshelves or whatever. Is there another fast, cheap item that I can make? Like, I'm fully willing to, like, get the recipe for it, but... I just want to know if there's a quick to put together item that I can make a bunch of money with. Because I've been using those walnut bookshelves. I could use those to make money. Comfort bubbles.
Comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubbles in my mouth.
I'm happy that you're happy, but the place where you're supposed to have the toilet paper, you've got this little shelf with 3 seashells on it. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
Yes, I'm going to Burning Man on Wednesday. My last stream will be Tuesday. Yep. And we'll have a nice recap stream when I come back. Probably a day or two after I get back. So I can get all the pictures all organized and whatnot. Oh, I'm very excited, man. That is my yearly mental reset, and I missed it last year, so especially after this whole house sale, like stressful bullshit that I mean, it's just stressful selling a house. So it'll be nice to have that. Like a week out in the desert with no contact, no emails, no fucking nothing to deal with. Okay, what can I build that makes me money? No, too complicated, too complicated. No. No, not enough money. Okay, how much is this? Low. It's a low amount of ingredients. Oh, God. Okay, that's all one thing. Yeah. The time it takes, it ain't worth it. Okay. One plane? No, window takes glass. Yeah. Rocket chair is too much to put together. Yeah, these bookshelves, seriously, are by far the easiest thing to put together. Okay. So I need wood and beams. Okay. So, walnut, where are you, walnut? Walnut, okay, so 30 of them. Zeke, I hope every time I feel relaxed at Burning Man, you think of me. Oh, you hope every time you feel relaxed, I think of you. Yes, like Nova. 100%. And birch planks. There we go. Yep, these are just the most cost-effective and the easiest to put together. And they're $100 each. Walnut beam? Didn't I make those? Thought I did. We're going there by with our Jeep. We are driving there with the Jeep. There been any IKEA jokes or references in the game? Not that I can tell, but I've only been to IKEA twice. So there may have been, and I missed them, but I haven't noticed any. Ow, fucking bees! Oh, you know what I should do? Chop that down and leave it not regrowing. So I don't have to deal with those fucking bees anymore. Every time I regrow that tree, the beehive comes back. There. What? Oh. All right, birch plank. I honestly didn't think you could kill bees with the axe, but I'm stupid for thinking that because that's the game. Everything is manipulatable with the axe. Manipulatable? Manipulatable? There. Get the fuck in there. Oh, this is why you want to set up the automated furniture thing so you don't have to do this anymore. Oh. Stop. Stop doing that. Stop it. Remove. There, remove that. There we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. So he only does this, huh? Oh, I must not have it yet. I don't have it from this guy. The inventory distribution system and work hall? Work hall. That's what I need. Aha.
Zika.
Okay. Ingots, birch beam, and screws. Ah! Yeah, automation. Yep. Fuck. There. What, more? God damn it. What up, Lee Meat? Okay. Holy shit. Oh my god. 12 ingots. Come on now. How do I fucking build that? Thank you. There. And more. When you enter chat, copy paste this is an actual copy. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for copy and pasting those. All right. I need pallet of roofing sheets. I got to get that from the store. And 6 glass, 4 ingots. Oh, I need a... What happened to the shit that was already in there? Did I already fire it? I must have. Fuck me. What else do I have that's worth money? Oh, I can build golden poop. Can I just sell this? I don't need a golden poop, right? What about the golden eggs? There we go. Yeah, I got a buttload of those. Yeah, fuck it. Just get both of them. Yeah, get rid of those. Golden wood is worth nothing. Okay. So I need 5 more benches. Or 6 more. Not benches. Bookshelves. Small walnut beams. Not enough. Is it? It is. Maybe it is. 3,000. There we go. And it's going to the town, so it's going to pay me. Yep, there it is. Automatically goes right into my account. Okay. Oh, you gotta do 3,000 again? Oh, right. Roofing tiles. And glass, there we go. So I need 6 glass. Okay, and roofing sheets. Oh, they're there. 12 of them? Jesus. Oh, you shoot the cannon at the factory? Yes, eventually. But oh, I guess I don't need 3,000 to do that then. No, I just shot at the city so I get money. I'm not worried about the factory at the moment. Yeah, you can actually like, here I'll show you. You can flip this lever and it turns it and it shoots it at the factory rather than at the city. So that was probably the quest that I needed to do, and I didn't do it. But I'm trying to build my automated factory so I don't have to build everything myself. I can just plug in the ingredients. I think that's what happens. Milestone reach, work hall. Okay, so I did that. Now what? Okay, what is this? A brilliant pipe system underneath your business. Distribute goods between machines and access via a smart inventory system. By the way. Oh. You can get killed by that. Apparently not today, though. Yeah, the rubber ducks are here. Yeah, I've been collecting them. Automatic electric press, automatic furnace, automated sawing machine, automatic furniture crafter. There it is. Okay. Container for saw machine. Not there. Oh, they're probably, yeah. Yeah, there we go. So I just got to get a lot of money to get Iron Stag apple tea. Lots of it. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need like 12,000 bucks. Yeesh. Thanks, Lucille. Oh, automated metal furniture craftable in the automatic furniture crafter. Okay. I wonder if the stone furniture is actually worth it or not. Well, I could do these quests, these missions, but they don't give me a bunch of anything. Oh, I can just go through.
Party had all the best on your partnership anniversary.
Why can't I just accept all of them? Why make me do this? Thank you, Shay Ronnie Mo. Yep, we finished Big Walk. We did indeed, and it was a very cool ending. Okay. Dude, where to go? Oh, that needs some work. That needs some work. Yeesh. Hey, look, it's the plane from GTA 6 leak. 12 birch beams. Two of them. Thank you. Oh, they were small birch beams? Oh. Yep, they were, you're right. Okay. With the drone, okay. Wooden train. Ugh. Oh, you fucking piece of shit! Hate it when you get caught under my train. Oh, some of this shit is just a pain in the ass. $30 sticks and 4 stonewood. Meh. Okay. Okay. Pop Vila's still alive? That's awesome. Thank you, Tino. Remember watching This Old House with my dad. Oops. There we go. Dumbbells. Nope. There. Weight bench now, huh? Okay. Small birch beams. Small. Small junior bacon sheet. A small junior bacon sheet. And Cherry's Jubilee, and that's it. Cut down 8 stone trees, all right. I want you to take 2 of the nuggets and stick them up your ass, because I only want 4 Chicken McNuggets. Filet of fish sandwich, because it's less calories. Oh, fuck me. I gotta sell a gaming console. I don't think I have the ingredients for it. Nope, I need 1 of those. Actually, it looks like gaming consoles are pretty easy to put together. Fucking, why put them in a random spot? Oh my god, they flipped the fuck over. Just a sort button. That's all I'm asking, game. I just want a sort button for all the shit in my inventory. Boombox. Six electric wood. Okay. I gotta go get some. God damn it. Thank you, Upper. Yo, Class Katie with the rating. Did you finish your big walk, or you still got more to do? Did you get it done today or no? I hope you did, because I want to talk to you about it. It's awesome. You have more? Okay, cool. It's a great game, isn't it? Yeah, you love a good puzzle game? I had a ton of fun, man. I think I heard you doing a particularly difficult puzzle today. Oh, you heard me? It wasn't because it was a particularly difficult puzzle. It's because my way is the best way and no one listens to me. That's the problem. That's the only problem that I had. Is that my way is best and no one listens. Outdoor floodlight? Oh, a new city project has been authorized. Wooden Holly is blessed with nature, and it's wonderful as long as it doesn't grow where you tell it to. We want to build a botanical garden with rare plants, tidy pathways, and careful curated greenery. Can use systems for providing the necessary materials. You bet. There you go. Botanical gardens. Coming up. Nice. Outdoor floodlight. Oh, maybe I build one of those and I get a recipe. Because I don't see... No, that didn't give me anything. Ow! Chemistry kit. Fan. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Outdoor floodlight. You think it'd be like electric furniture. Yeah, floodlight, floor lamp, garden table, garden chair. Well, I can do stone furniture, a stone beanbag, a stone armchair. Okay. Metal furniture. A comfy chair. A metal cage. You have automated and you still can't do it? Cannonballs. Chastity underwear. Small birch beams and 5 of these guys. Okay. Oops. Damn it. No. Yeah, no. I need this. God damn it. Why can't I pin this? Why can't I pin this recipe? I want to pin this recipe. What's the deal here? Load of stuff I'm missing. I should be able to make it, but I can't. I don't know how to unlock it. Yeah, I don't know. We're looking for the floodlight, floor lamp, garden table, living room table with under lighting with the cannon. Living room table with under lighting. Yeah, pin. Do I have a? I don't have a recipe pin. It's automated, but yeah, Leah said she said she couldn't find it. So it is in the automated, so I have to, that's the next step up, is start getting everything automated. Okay. Yeah, I need to make the machine. That's what I figured, but I was wondering what was her doing. Why she couldn't do it if she had shit automated already. But maybe that's her problem then, isn't it, Lee? Or their problem, Lee McGee. Yeah, see, I can't pin the recipe. Huh. It thinks there's a recipe pin. There is not a recipe pin. Something fucked up. Can you craft a pin? That's a good question. Oh. Well, that sucks. Wait, no. Oh, cancel? Oh, shit. Yeah, no, I know where the automated shit is. I know where all this is. I know how to get it. I need money for this. For these guys, for the yeah, the Iron Stag apple teas. I need a ton of money for those. That's Metal Cage actually isn't bad. How shitty is it to put together? It only needs, oh, I need one more ingot. It only needs 3 ingredients, but it might be a bitch to put together. Fuck you. Oh my god, this is fucking silly.
Hey, part-timer.
I'm not gonna acknowledge your resub. Fuck you. Okay. This was a stupid fucking build. Oh my god, this is so not worth it. I could have made 5 fucking benches by now, or bookcases by now. I'm just gonna save this in my inventory. In case some side mission wants it. Am I interested in Enshrouded? I played a lot of Enshrouded when it was in early access or whatever. But I don't know if I want to go back to that one. I might. I don't know. Probably not on stream, though. It's one of those games that takes forever. Here. Alright, that sucks. Comfy chair sucks. God damn it, I just want to build the same thing. There we go. Stone beanbag. 6 halved stone tree trunks. Oh, come on. That's it? Oh my god, that's easy street right there. That's the one. Oh, I cut down all the stone trees? Okay, there's some down here. Yeah, I was gonna say these are gonna start growing back because I just cut them down. Yep. Come on now. Thank you, Pete. Yeah, this is the shit right here. Okay, when it says put items with a total value of 3,000 in the cannon's inventory. Does that mean I have to shoot it at Fernox? Okay. Because I shot it at the other place and it didn't, the quest just rolled over into a new one. Or into the same one, excuse me. There are more stone trees somewhere. Is it in here? Nope, these are metal and electric. Ah, stone trees, here we go. Yeah, if you want money, shoot at the city. Yeah, if I want to advance the quest, I shoot at Fernox. What is this? So I haven't cut down 1,300 trees yet, huh? Okay. Progress. Oh, wait, what? I've cut down all the Fernox wooden spies. I've gotten all of them, really? Wow. According to its stats, you have 6 tier 2 subs, 2 tier 3 subs. I feel like I'm an exclusive club. Can I be the club president? Yes. Yes, you can be. You're not just a member, you're also a president. Or one of those things. There it is. No. There we go. Okay, stone trees grow faster.
Ambition meets passion. Nature meets technology.
Oh, Gentech automatic harvesting system. Most efficient way to forest. Oh my god, that's what I need. That is desperately what I need. I haven't been there in so long, I forgot that thing was a thing. Do the thing. There we go. Is that my base? Okay. That was my next stop. Holy fart buckets. There, now I can pin a recipe. Good. There it is. Shit. Oh. Okay. Give the pickles and chocolate to the lady. She gives me more hamsters. She craps out more hamsters. What is this doing? It will keep making trees slowly, but it will keep making them. It's like every 90 seconds. Oh, it will make trees and then cut them for me. Okay. Button pipe saw machine? What? I don't know what this does. Oh. Oh, it goes to shop storage. There they are. Okay. Okay. Well, how do I get him to change what I want? I have to bring him, pay the fee? Okay. Okay. I was gonna say I can collect it much faster, but I suppose if it's if it's just automated, he just does it all the time. It adds up. I get what you're saying. So it's just continually collecting. Okay. There. Okay. So now it'll cut down stone trees and just put them in the thing. Okay. Oh, I have to press a button for it to do it, right? Okay. Okay. That's funny. Okay. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Metalwood small birch beam. This is the part where it gets real grindy, yeah. Well, I'm glad that stone beanbag is just one little thing and then it sells for a good amount of money. So I'm just gonna keep that clear cutter like producing stone shit. Oh, and this mysterious well, put goods inside. All right, I'll put that inside. Oh, hey! Oh my God, I found a fucking picture for the guy. Yep, don't know what that is yet. Alrighty. Oh shit. Gimme. Yeah. Okay. Man, this is a weird place. They're getting stone beanbag chairs and bookshelves, and that's about it. Oh, I already did that one. Did that one? Oh, I didn't do that. Nope. Oh, I need logs. There we go. There you go. Okay. Oh, turn halves into logs? Do they take logs? No, they take halved stone tree trunks. So they got to be the unlogged trunks to make those. I got 58 of those. Already did stone. 25 palm wood, so I gotta get more of those. Any comment on this game? Yes, there is, but it's not a big part of the game. Yeah, very little comment. Like that. That's combat. There it was. See it? It was pretty fast. Oh, there is a fucking thing here. Okay, I need a pile of nails and 2 glass. Okay. Yep, see, there's combat right there. They made these fish way too hard to hit. sorry, Zeke. Dave Bautista is officially cast Kratos. Yeah, I saw that. Good for him though. He's a good actor. Or he can be a good actor. He doesn't hit me every time, but. Until he too gets it. Don't put that evil on him, man. I really want this fucking series to come out, you know? There. Okay, cool. What was I doing? That's right. Almost, right. Okay. Oh, fuck. I need 3 more electric wood. God damn it. There we go. 3 electric wood and 40 apple wood. Okay. Oh, I probably have enough, to be honest with you. There we go. There we go. Got enough apple wood. There we go. Enough electric wood. Okay, good. Okay, now I can finish that and never have to go back there again. One thinks, maybe. Dude, if we could recreate Zeke's Ochi Flick You channel, it'd be amazing. Oh. I mean, we could. It just has to be public domain movies. Oh my God, look at that. Jesus. All right, now I have 2 pictures to give back to Chester the molester. I don't know why the inventory is like it is, and you can't, I haven't, is there a way to sort the inventory that I'm not seeing? Because please tell me. It's just a fucking mess. Yeah, it's a fucking mess. With the inventory this big, just sort it by type. I don't give a shit. Just sort it by type. So all the wood's together, all the tools are together, all the food's together, all the blah, blah, blah. But dude, come on. Especially in a game like this. Here you go. Ah, picture me on Mount Everest. That was back in my younger days when I was always seeking adventure. Tell me more. Back then, I talked to Stork into flying me there. That was one weird bird. Because of the cold, it kept chugging antifreeze like it was water. And eventually, it could only fly in left turns. Guess it wasn't such a good idea for it to drink that stuff, but at least we made it to our destination. Cool. Yeah, the Stork was really great. I'll be forever grateful to him and for everything he did for me. Unfortunately, we didn't have anything to eat with us, and well, I was hungry, and he was there anyway. He tasted good and kept me warm. All that antifreeze made his meat nice and tender. I have to admit, I miss him a little. Well, anyway, thanks for the picture. There you go. Ah, Campaniola. What a prop. Easily one of the most beloved and iconic game assets of all time. I met her at a game asset award show once. She took home 3 trophies that night, like it was nothing. Cool. Yeah, and the wildest part, she's insanely chill. No ego, no drama, just cool as hell, even when the camera stopped rolling. Completely down to earth and effortlessly cool. One of the best nights I've ever had. Honestly, I may have caught feelings, but let's be real. She's way out of my league. Still a prop. Can dream, right? Well, we all dream of something or someone. Hey, Axe Boy, thank you so much for finding all those memory pictures for me. It honestly means a lot. It was really great to revisit those memories with you and share my little stories along the way. Thanks for sharing those stories. No problem. You know what? I decided something. I'll show you my gratitude. I want you to have them. You deserve them. Maybe you can use them for decoration or something. I don't know. Wow, thank you. I will take good care of them. Are you fucking kidding me? Thanks. Anything else? No? He didn't even give me any fucking money for him. What a fucking turd. God, it seems like such a waste. It's such a dump to like fire it at Fernox. Oh yeah, I should put all the collectibles in Chesterton that I'm not going to use or need. You're right, that's a good idea. There is some cool quality of life stuff though that is in this game. Like, if you don't want to go all the way back up to the teleporter, you can just, if you can just find a way to die, you just go back to base. So that's nice. Like so. Oh. Why are you out there? Yeah. No, you come home with daddy. All right, you go in there. All right, starting from the top. You. I don't know what to do with you. I don't need you anymore. Don't need you anymore. You. Can I sell this shit? Is this, like, should I be selling the scooter helmet, the backpack, and the scooter if I can? Can I? I don't even know if I can or not. You did? Okay. That's what I should do then. Oh, you can't even arrange it yourself? Oh my fucking dude, come on, guys! This is basic shit. I can arrange it? Not an easy way, apparently. Oh, you can sell. That's what you're talking about. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I could dump food in the chest. Yeah, that's true. Oh, so I don't need this map anymore since I got the frozen lake thing? Yeah, the only food I ever really need is chicken legs just to heal up. I can get a shitload of those. Wait, what was that? Oh, I have 25 marshmallows for some reason. Yeah, the food, like, to make it is too complex for what it actually does. It's pretty stupid. Oh, I can just right click. Oh my god. Fuck me. Well, that's a lot easier. Okay. Well, that pared down my inventory pretty good. That's nice. Oh, I could just probably right-click that shit too, huh? How much more do I need? I need 112. Oh, I didn't. God damn it. $120 it is. Okay, there you go. And we're gonna fire at Fernox. Waste all of that money. Here you go, bitch. There. We are 6% or 6 or 4% closer to winning the game, I guess. Now it's 10 fucking thousand. So next order of business is to build all the automated shit. In which case I need a shitload of money to buy these fucking things. Now the fucking grind begins. Oh. Wait, what do I need? Oh. It's weird I can't mark these recipes. Like the Hamsteak fan or the anything from here I can't pin the recipe. It's very weird. Hit pin on the left. Okay, hold on. Oh my god, I didn't notice the fucking symbol. Sheesh. The symbol, not the fucking thing, because, well, that's another thing. They put it up here, mostly, or down below the picture on the left, or on the right, whatever. Whatever, you know what, fuck it. Alright, I need metal wood. And small birch beams. And I need, oh my god, 5 of these? What a pain in the ass. Yikes. Yeah, that's why I need to focus automation, yeah. You're right. Oh. Oh, do I not? Oh, maybe I do have enough. We'll see. Are you fucking kidding me? God, get in there. Thank you, everybody, for the happy partnerversary wishes. 13 years I've been doing this. Yeah, I need more hamsters. I got 3 of them. Oh, I need to build the pickles. Pickles and chocolate, fuck. Oh no! I didn't know you could kill him. I thought I would. Oh, that was stupid. Well, lesson learned. I have enough. Is that 5? 5. Okay. With the cannon. What are you going to tell Mr. and Mrs. Hamster? That shame on them for selling their children into slavery? Oh, I can't even shoot that out of the cannon, huh? Okay. Oh, I can't even get it back. It is stuck in the cannon. That piece of paper is stuck in the fucking cannon forever now. Floor lamp, garden table, floor light, cannonball. Yeah, none of it. Chastity. Chastity underwear. With the drone, it says. Is the chastity underwear another automated thing? All right, how many do I need? 6 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. Oh. Oh my God! It automatically pushes the button for me. You fucking thing! God damn, that's hilarious. That's funny. It's automated to the oh my God. There. I get 7 of them. Well, that's the first thing I'm getting, of course. fucking automatic button push. There. It's fucking hell. That's pretty funny. I gotta admit, that's pretty funny. Okay, so what are the first things I should get? Automatic furniture crafter. Container for the furniture. Automatic furnace. Sawing machine. There. Oh, I can get all of them. I had all of them. I had enough for all of them. Okay, good. Automated furniture crafter. Okay. Just a lot of metal. A lot of ingots. And hamsters. And a hamster. Oh, wood. I didn't make wood. Right. Make the wood. And more goddamn motherfucking bullshit. Oops. Alright. There you are. Give me money. Money! There, thank you. Did it go? Yeah, okay. Come on. Make me more babies. Don't go in the house. Get out here. So now it'll make all this shit for me and put it in a fucking bin? Whoa, golden beavers. Golden gestures. So it's best like the stone beanbag. Oh, I should get the bin too. Where's the bin? Is this the bin? Button pipe furniture crafter. Oh my god. Container. There you go. Build a container. Oh shit. Okay. So now this thing is gonna... It shits out furniture. Does it put them right in the... Okay. It puts them right in the container. And then what does this... I don't even know what this button does. It just puts it in my inventory, doesn't it? Oh, it goes directly to the cannon. Okay. So wait a minute. If this guy is chopping stone and putting it in there, it goes directly from there into here? Oh. Okay. Okay. That's pretty great. So it'll just keep loading shit into the cannon. As long as I keep pushing this button. Oh, I don't really need that right now. It's not, like, that's not really slow. More for turning halves into logs? Okay. Oh, and this is just for making like what you need to make the most of, like metal ingots. Okay. Okay. More piles of screws. You ever dance with the devil in pale moonlight? Who are you?
Hi, my name is Food. My name is da 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 da.
Or what are you? That's what he says. He says, what are you? No, that's the electronic press. Fuck, I did the press first before the furnace. Oh, that's right. I have enough. I have enough for the furnace. Oh, now I have the container. Fuck you. So if you want to come by tomorrow, if you want to know what's going on, I'm going to be playing Rusty Lake. And if we have time, some submarine dread game, whatever that's called. It's we're gonna go back to Servant of the Lake, which we need to update, and Static Dread, which we also need to update. So those are the two games that I have on the docket for tomorrow. I wanted to play a little bit more of those. I love the Rusty Lake games, so I'm excited for those. Sure. There we go. Now we need the automatic button for the furnace and the press. Oh, right. Metal ingot. Okay. So I just need to... What do I feed? Where do I feed the metal for this? Oh, from shop storage. Ah, from here. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. So I can only have one of these guys going at a time. So I'll leave this guy making me money. Okay. Now, it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that if you just leave the computer on and the game running, that you would just, you know, it would all, lots of money goes into the cannon and I wouldn't, like, you just idle. That's what it seems like. Well, doesn't it? Oh, I still need to press the button to make it go from the catcher to the cannon, right? And then fire the cannon. Okay. That's where automation has failed me. Yeah, I still need a jackass like me to do some of the work, right? Yeah. Yeah, I've got to get coins out of my... out of Chester the chest here. And, oh, and, what else? Maybe that duck? Oh. I'm assuming it'll do something if I get it right. Well, it looks like there's gold coins in there. There's a pentacle in there, or a couple of pentacles on the side. And I tried the coins, and the coins didn't do shit. I tried putting the evil duck in there, and that didn't do anything either. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I bet I got it. No shoes allowed. The great chicken speaks. No. Another riddle, you son of a bitch! Well, I can't bring a live chicken here. Because the only way I can pet them is with my axe. Oh! That's alive. That's a live sacrifice. A hamster? Oh, come on, man. I tried eggs. I tried a golden egg. I didn't try a real egg. No. Oh! Hamster? What? I can't read that! Oh. Put one hamster in there. Okay. Put one. Oh shit! What is this?
Pay chatter.
There's shit all the way around it. Oh, it tells. Oh, that's if you can't read it on one pillar, you can look at another. Okay, so duck. I need a duck, a chicken leg that looks like it's cooked. Is it cooked? It looks cooked. Okay. Some balloons. That's just another hamster. Okay. So I need a piece of duck. Oh, yeah, over here, over here. There we go. Just one, please. Oh, balloons. The balloons I buy. Interesting. Yo, Pay forever. Thank you for the 10 months. Quaxum, thank you for the 13 tier 2. Oh, I didn't need to put the chicken or the duck in there. Okay. More balloons? Okay, hold on. Let me put the duck in there real quick. Oh! Mount Duckmore. What is that? That's an egg. That's an egg. Oh yeah, put a raw chicken in there just in case. Oh, are they saying that I can't walk on? Okay, that's probably what they're saying. Like, my fire shoes don't work on this shit. Oh, also, one second. Okay, now my hand is empty. Can I pick up a chicken? Oh, I thought I could pick up a chicken. Okay, maybe not. Oh! What? How do I even get these guys? Yeah, I don't have a bow, dude. Oh. So I put duck and chicken and balloons. How many have I unlocked? 2, I think. I got flying hamsters everywhere and Mount Duckmore. I don't even know what Mountain Duckmore means. But I'm guessing where the ducks hang out, there might be a little... Get in there! Oh, there it is! Mount Duckmore, I see it! Look at it's up there! Is that it? It's just like a duck mountain? Is that it? Is that your... So, the two things that I paid 666 gold for are flying hamsters everywhere that I can't seem to... I don't know how to get them down. And Mount Duckmore in the background there. Okay, now it has one of everything that is printed on the side here, and I don't know what else I could do. I got a hamster, an egg. Oh, hold on. Yep, a regular egg and a golden egg, cooked chicken leg, raw chicken leg, balloons, hamster, duck. Yeah, I've got one of everything they have on the side there, and I don't know what else to do. I mean, if I don't see any more clues anywhere. So. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, for metal ingots, it needs just wood, right? Metal wood. There we go. Now is that gonna start? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now it's just gonna crank out all the metal wood. Okay. Holy shit! Oh. That was less than I thought. Oh, and I need to put that in there too, so it starts... It's gonna start cranking out. Yeah, there it goes. Floomp. Floomp, and this thing is gonna... Okay. Oh, balcony railings, right. Birch beam, small birch beam. Okay. I don't know why I'm building this. Because it's there. Ah! Oh. Railing. Why? This seems silly. OSHA. Whoa. Whoa! Oh, Sleeping with Fishes, weighted eye 69. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh shit! There was a duck in there. Okay. Okay, so I don't have to empty this out for a while because this thing is just gonna keep blooping out fucking ingots, huh? Oh yeah, look at all those ingots already. 26 of them. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Well, that's fun. Okay, let's quit, save and quit. There we go. All right. That is gonna do it for me today. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys had a good time. I appreciate you all being here. I'm glad we got to see the finale of Big Walk, man. That was really cool. That was a really cool finale. But tomorrow is gonna be another nice chill day. We're going to do Servant of the Lake. And if we finish that, we're going to do Static Dread the Submarine. We're going to go back to that. So that's what's coming up. And then Saturday is If Then, Indie Saturday. And I got a sponsor stream to do, maybe, hopefully. We'll see. But, and then Sunday is War Dogs with the boys. We're going to do some co-op war dogging on Sunday. And then I take Mondays off. And then Tuesday will be my last stream. My last stream before I leave for Burning Man. So that's what's coming up for me. Thank you all for being here. I'll see you tomorrow.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.